Doing things together creates partnerships. Estonia-Latvia-Russia cross-border cooperation program within ENPI opens new possibilities for life in the border area. Estonia, Latvia, Russia, united by borders.
Здравствуйте. Я приветствую всех участников этого международного семинара тут в Валге. Этот семинар LogOnTrain очень важный для нашей школы, поскольку в рамках этого семинара мы обсуждаем о новом учебном программе. Это программа обучения логистиков на 5 уровне. Еще мы обучаем логистиков, которые заняты с инфотехнологией, и как развивается инфотехнология вообще в сфере логистиков. И третьим очень важно, что также будет тут нашим железным дорогам и перевозка товаров. Я думаю, что в данный момент этот семинар очень такой интересный и важный, поскольку тут участвуют разные страны, Эстония, Латвия и Россия. Еще участвуют у нас люди из Евросоюза. И я всех вас приветствую тут и надеюсь, что будет такой эффективный семинар. Спасибо вам всем.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Hannes Astok, and I'm the moderator of the day. And thank you for Margus Ojaots, headmaster of the Valga County Vocational Training Center, for kind words for the opening. Welcome to the Valga International Logistic Forum, and this forum is part of the LogOnTrain project, what is financed by the European Union in the frames of Estonian, Latvian and Russian United by Borders cooperation framework. Well, a couple of practical issues before we start. We have translation if you need. You can use your headphones, and both in English and Russian, the translation will be in channel 2. Also, we kindly ask you to switch off your mobile phones, or at least silent them, not to disturb the conference. Also, we have a direct broadcast in internet. So if you go to the web page of the project, www.logontrain.eu, so we are followed there. So we are not private here. So behave properly, please. Also, after every presentation, we have opportunity to ask for questions. So if you like to ask a question, raise your hand, and we will give you a microphone, not because of acoustics, but because of translation. And our first session is about general developments, and second session is about the European 5th qualification level study programs in logistics. After we have lunch around 1 o'clock, and for the students who are attending here, warmly welcomed. Student lunch is around 12 o'clock, so for the students get feeding earlier than ordinary people, so feel free to use this opportunity around 12 if you're a student. And after the lunch, around 2, we start with a session about the simulation, modeling, and ICT-based programs in vocational trainings, definitely focused on logistics. And the third session is about local issues about Valga railway junction development and broader picture, how it fits to the bigger bigger view and projects and what is the value and future. And after we have also discussion. So we hope to finalize around 4:30 here, and I really hope that it will be a very exciting and interesting day for all of you. But now, welcoming Mr. Margus Lepik, who is Valga County Governor. Margus, welcome.
Дорогие участники конференции, мэр городов, дорогие участники других стран, мы находимся в уникальном месте. Как вы уже слышали, начало конференции было в русском, продолжение английском, и так он есть. В нашем регионе наши люди говорят минимум 2 языках, обычно 3. Так что если вы попадаете сюда и начинаете свой разговор либо по-эстонскому, по-латышскому, по-английскому или по-русскому, вы найдете человека, который может с вами побеседовать. So, I will continue now in English, if you allow me, because yes, as I said in welcoming words in Russian, that in our region you can speak at least 2 languages, mostly 3 languages, and we have a lot of people who are speaking 4 languages. So again, I welcome you to our unique county, to this logistic and transport forum. Today, every region, every city is looking their way to the future, and we do so. We are making our plans, business plans, development plans, and we're seeking our possibilities for the future. We know our strengths, we know our weaknesses also, and we know our possibilities. Now we have to find our priorities, how to go on. We know that one of them is transport and logistics. Why? One wing is our multilingual, multicultural district. We have also crossroads between railways, between roads. And you can study transport and logistics here in Valga Vocational Training Center. These are our strengths. We know that we have also weaknesses. The most weakness that we have, to be honest, is we don't know exactly how to go on. So our forum is open, and we are seeking for your suggestions. So I hope that this forum will be successful for all our partners, for us, and for all our guests who are participating here. I wish you all the success and good ideas for the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Governor, for kind words. And the next welcome is coming from the host city, from city of Valga, Mr. Karl Härk, Mayor of Valga. Welcome.
Tere hommikust, Lavrit, дорогие друзья, good friends from international requests from east and west. Here we are in Valga. It's the twin city on the crossroads. We have historically in Livonian times as we make business with logistics, even we don't know what is the meaning of logistics. Hundreds of years back, we also had here the railway. Today we also think that railway is not so used, but we have a potential here. Later on in my presentation, I also stressed to ask, is it the right way to do rail Baltic in this way? We did it or in our plans, but are made by the research of the ICON. Maybe it's a better solution for that. Of course, today we have lots of discussions about the logistics in the world. But I see the potential here in Valga and also in this region, in the Baltic Sea, in Estonia, Latvia, and also the Russian side, and also in the Petersburg region, is very potentially good for having business in logistics in future. I welcome you here in Valga and wish you very fruitful discussions and good presentations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And the third welcome is coming from Latvian side, just from the city united by the borders with Valga. From Valga side, Vents Armands Krauklis, Chairman of the Valga Municipal Council. Welcome.
Приветствуем вас, labdien, добрый день. Hello, friends, and colleagues, and experts, and students. Наверное, все-таки на русском. Как мои друзья уже говорили, место тут уникальное. Это уникальное место дает много благ и, конечно, и много проблем. Потому что пока этот слоган United by Borders, он больше слоган. Не Valga, если мы говорим о эстонско-латышской границе, это уже не проблема. К счастью, после Шенгена это точно нас объединяет. Но если мы опять смотрим насчет законов, налогов, есть много вещей, которые все-таки мешают по-настоящему работать вместе. Если мы говорим о российской стороне, то мы понимаем, что нынешняя политическая ситуация непростая, но мы уверены, что рано или поздно она разрешится в хорошую сторону, и мы сможем вместе делать такие вещи, которые выгодны для всех. Тут уже говорили об истории. Да, мы на дороге, которая всегда была дорога торговцев, логистик. Я всегда не знаю, как на правде, но логистика, по-моему, это самая логическая дорога, чтобы перевозить товары и торговаться. И в конце 19 века Valga, еще один город, каждые 10 лет вырос 2 раза. Почему? Потому что тут все дороги сошли в одном месте, и большие железные дороги, и маленькие. И в принципе, почему они тут сошлись вместе, потому что это логическое место для этого. Мы понимаем, что для того, чтобы это создать заново, нам надо партнеров, нам надо знаний, нам надо людей, которые на месте это хотят делать, но которые не смыслят локально, но которые смыслят, думают глобально. И это есть самое главное таких мероприятий, найти такие контакты, понять, как с меньшими затратами достичь самые лучшие цели. И, конечно, мы бы играли театры, если бы сказали, что это можно сделать в одной конференции, в одном дне, но то, что это можно и надо, чтобы такие мероприятия были как бы одной составляющей пути до нашего цели, я уверен, что этот день такой будет, и тоже уверен, что после этой встречи будут другие встречи, будет не только теория, но и праксис. И если так мы будем делать, то у нас после времени будет что посмотреть назад и сказать: да, это время мы провели вместе не зря.
Thank you. We really try to use this time for good issues and good opportunities. Well, now close to a topic. Our first presentation is coming from the Estonian Ministry of Communication and Economy. And we have pleasure to have here Mr. Eero Pärgmäe, who is Deputy Secretary General for Transport Issues. So he's the guy who has responsibility to plan and develop Estonian transport system, definitely together with all of us. So Eero, floor is yours, development of transport and communication systems in Estonia.
Дорогие участники форума, я в таком интересном ситуации, потому что я должен сказать, что у меня так много работы было, что я не читал, что рабочие языки английский и русский. Так что я свою презентацию на эстонском сделал. Так что я извинюсь за это, во-первых. Но, как я вижу, здесь принято говорить минимально в двух языках. Так что я начинаю по-русски и продолжать буду по-английски. Так что тоже с моей стороны добро пожаловать сюда вам. И я надеюсь, что этот форум будет для всех вас очень успешным. I'll continue now in English. Basically, my idea when I was coming here was to set the scene. In English, it's a good phrase to saying to set the scene. So give you this kind of bigger overview of Estonian transport politics and challenges, and also fit Valga region, or not only Valga region, I would say all the southern region into this bigger policy picture. So after you will have discussions on another subjects, then you have this kind of picture in your head that, okay, on transport and logistics, we are working towards those main goals. And when I start, I will not even start only from Estonia. I will start even from further for segmenting the scene. I will start from European Union side. Katrin will come in later with the vocational training subjects. I will start with the transportation. So our main goals, what we have set in our transport policy, actually are coming from the EU white papers, green papers, and other transport political papers. And what are we planning and what are we doing for the next 10, 20 years? For the Europe, one of the biggest challenges is development of trans-European network. Commissioner Kallas has worked very hard on it, and Estonia is there on the map, I would say, in a very good position. From the environmental point of view, of course, the dependence on oil is an issue, and how we can minimize the dependence on oil, not get rid of it. Don't be blue-eyed, but how we minimize this influences. CO2 emissions, constant trouble in every transport mode. In some transport modes, we have a feeling that maybe we are going too far with this. Let's say in aviation, if we start to tax CO2 too heavily, European aviation companies will lose their competitiveness. So this is very much finding the right balance. Modal shift, how to explain it easily? I would say this way, that Europe is still very, very heavily dependent on truck transport for cargo. And again, Commission and also we have been working very hard to see this model shift from trucking into the railway or shipping, because it's environmentally friendly, and in Central Europe it's also a big problem with the pollution and traffic jams. Movement in cities, a very important priority for the next 10 years, because cities are growing bigger and bigger, and how to organize the transport solution in cities. In Estonia, I would say the only town where we have this issue is Tallinn, let's be honest. In other cities, it's pretty easily doable. The challenges are, I would say, on a normal scale, so we can handle those. Traffic safety, constant trouble in Estonia. We are very worried because this year we'll have 20 more deaths in traffic accidents than a year ago. And of course, that's a situation what we cannot be happy with. So we have to find the reasons why this trend is going up and turn it down again. Technological development is constant, so in every field. It is mobile phone apps until the better engines and traffic systems. One principle where we are lying very much is user pays. And that's the moment where I have to say that I'm not very big fan of Tallinn free public transport. Because politically it can be a very good idea, but when you look at the transport policy and user pays principle, then it doesn't fit this, because the people who are not paying for it are using it, or otherwise the people who are not using it are paying for it. So it doesn't fit into the transport logics. And in Europe, of course, going further with the common market principles is a very big issue. I don't know how much you know. You probably, as you are from Valga, you're railway town, you know that our gauge and European gauge are different. So 1520 and 1435 railway gauges. But within 1435 millimeters, there are 5 different standards in Europe. German have their own standard, French have their own standards, Spanish have their own standards, Italian have their own standards. So basically, it's not only about different gauges, but it's at the moment the problem is the German train cannot cross to Switzerland into Italy easily, because technical standards are different. It's just an example how the internal common market is still not working in European Union. And this has to be solved also over the next years. Coming closer to Estonia, I mentioned in the beginning Trans-European Network. This is how Estonian Trans-European Network looks like. We are very happy that we could put all our major transport corridors on European maps. Roads, rails, ports, airports. And as you can see, a lot of these corridors also going towards South Estonia, towards Russia, towards Latvia. So this is kind of good basic for development our network and also international connections. And this is this kind of basis for our transport plan for the next 10-20 years. Of course, we will not forget in our budget also the smaller roads and local public transport, but this is the big picture. How people, if you look at this network, then how people can get to Estonia today? So we're talking about from Estonia outgoing and incoming travel and traffic. For the next years or the even decades, I would say, the Tallinn Old Town Harbour and Tallinn Airport will be our main gateways to Estonia. And from the country perspective, these are the two we have to develop the most and keep them going. International connections to Estonia will be based very much on commercial traffic, so we will not subsidize them in any way. Aviation is crucial for Estonia, because when we look at Estonia's position in a European Union, then in Union we are quite a peripheric region. In our region, it's a totally other story how to develop connections with Russia, Latvia, Finland. But if you go to the Western markets or you want to have Western tourists, then aviation is crucial. Rail Baltic is a major challenge, project, development idea. The major already mentioned it, and Kalev told me that he will speak about it later. It is this kind of very, very crucial question: how do we build up this project and how it will go into life? For me, Rail Baltic is not only one new railway line that we are building. For me, the Rail Baltic has always been Estonian connection to the south, because we have Rail Baltic 1, Rail Baltic 2, and Rail Baltic 3, and Rail Baltic 3 is new railway. Today, as an old project, the Rail Baltic exists, and it goes on existing railway. The problem is that we still don't have train going to the Riga. But I'll talk about it later a bit. And yeah, as I already mentioned, Tallinn-Riga, St. Petersburg, railway connections will be also important for us. What do we do with our main gateways? We have at the moment project on the table how to prolong the tramways of Tallinn to the Tallinn airport and create a multimodal hub in Ülemiste for the trams, trains, buses, and airport connection. This idea has been going around for more than 30 years. So today is the opportunity, and I think we'll have to do definitely something about it. And the second thing is city of Tallinn. When our foreign guests come out of the ships, then this infrastructure, what they find on the first steps at the moment is not, I think, the way it should be. So we could organize this much better and much nicer. And the question is that what about Southern Gate? I'm still in Valga, and I'm kind of feeling pretty bad if I talk that all the big challenges are connected with the Tallinn and the North Estonia. What about the Southern Gate? What about the southern connections? That's also a big challenge, how we develop them. Just a couple of nice pictures, what I mentioned, how one infrastructure in Port of Tallinn could look like in the future and attract businessmen and tourists to Estonia. I hope that in the next 10 years it will very much look like this way. And this will be the tramline connection to the airport, which hopefully will be ready for the Estonian presidency in European Union, so 2018. Because for us, if we don't build it for the presidency, it's not much point to build it the next years. So basically we have 3 years to do it. Closer to the Valga and other regions, how do we move within Estonia? Our main priority through the last 5 years have been the upgrading of the passenger travel on railways. We have invested heavily in our railway infrastructure and also new trains. We have worked very hard on faster connections, better connections times, and the challenge, what we still have to face, is actually better connecting the railway stops with other infrastructure, with living region, with working regions. And this will be one priority for the next 10 years. We have good railway, we have good trains. How do we connect the hinterland to this infrastructure what already works well? So, and we will create a special program actually for the railway stops integration with the local traffic, and European funds will be directed to that. In the county centers, bus stops will definitely be an important topic because railway doesn't reach every place, and the county-based traffic will be also in the future based very much on buses. But we would like to see much more integration between the railway and the local bus transport. And this is very much up to the regions to develop and work on this. So if you get to the region, how to move around locally? Let's face it, Estonia has been very, very car-loving country. And I want to say even not only car, but big four-wheel drive car-loving country. And what we here have to do is actually change mentality. And this is the hardest thing to do, in a way. I'm gladly, if there is a nice weather, I'm walking to work. I have 35 minutes from my home to work. And if I start to be a bit late, I'll jump on a trolley bus and take 3 stops, and then it's 25 minutes to work. So why not to use this kind of possibilities also in other places? In Europe, we'll see a trend that the driving license is not an asset for young people already. They want to have a Facebook account. They want to be connected. They don't want to have a driving license. So this shows us a way that in the future, younger generation will more and more rely on public transport, on bicycles, and owning a car will not be a status symbol anymore, because you just go and rent an electrical one and use it for 2 hours and then you bring it back. Car renting companies and car sharing companies actually are doing a boom at the moment in the world. The amounts that are paid to acquire them are mysterious in last years. So again, I'll outline the issue of changing the mentality and more flexible use of different transport modes. We have put in our transport development plan, we have put up a priority how the transport could be used in ideal way. And in a city region, we always start with walking, then we go with bicycling, then public transport, and then personal transport is number 4. In countryside, yes, I have to admit, in countryside, there will be never a full, I would say, full public transport system cannot cover the countryside. So there will be dependency on cars, and car will be main transport mode on the countryside. But there the question will be how many cars you have to have at home, 1, 2, or 3. Or the family can use 1 car and then rely on the other modes of transport. So, as a last slide, I'll stop on the Valga issues, local region issues, what we see from Tallinn. I'll try to see also things not only from Tallinn but also from local places. We were with minister here in Valga. Kalev, was it like two months ago? And we were discussing all the issues very, very deeply and in details. So we keep doing this also with all the regions in Estonia. So it's not only that we sit in Tallinn and we think what is good for Valga, but we actually come here and talk with local people and ask them. And the outcome of this conference is also, I think, very good input for us. We already agreed actually with Major that he will come to Tallinn and we will talk about the train connections, how to make them even better than today. But today what we'll see is that a train connection to Tallinn should be less than 3 hours and at least 3 times a day. I know you want 4, and we're trying to do that. I have dreamed myself that we have a train connection with Riga 2015. Today I'm afraid it's not it's not about to happen, or it will not be happen next year. But maybe in 2016 it will happen, because the Latvian side would also renovate the railway infrastructure, and finding a rolling stock shouldn't be such a complicated subject. And I think having a connection between, if not even direct connection between Tallinn and Riga, we can combine it with Tartu-Riga and then Tartu-Tallinn, or Valga-Riga and then Valga-Tallinn. So there are different possibilities of combining the usage of rolling stock. We see also a possibility of reconstructing railway and bus station with European money. We have talked with Major also about the development of, how you call it, city? Yeah, downtown of common city, or the downtown of the common city movement area, which I think has a very big potential. You have two cities, and in the downtown they should be integrated also transport-wise. I think this is kind of crucial to keep the both cities developing in this region. And of course, last but not the least, the funds what have brought us together today, Interreg, interregional cooperation. I hope also these projects and these funds will be open for you in next EU period, and you will find the good projects to go further and chase your dreams. So thank you very much, and have a nice forum.
Thank you, Eero. We have opportunity to ask you questions. So if there is any questions, please raise your hand. Yes? Can we help with the microphone also?
Good morning. I just wanted to make a comment and one question. What's the problems with the transportation industry in Estonia is not unique. As a Canadian, we're having the same problems in Toronto about getting people out of their cars and into subterranean and surface rail. And I think it's not a problem that you should be ashamed of, or you should be, everybody is working on this. Even in North America, it's becoming a real problem to get people. The pollution, the cost of fuel, and all of the congestion is becoming a big problem. So it's not unique to you. And you're quite right in saying that you have to change a mindset or a mentality is the most difficult thing in the world to do. It happened with the recycling industry. It took decades for it to work. So it's going to be slow progress. And I applaud Estonia and the Baltics and the European Union for their efforts. We're struggling with it over there in North America. Now, I have a simple question. I use the train to Tartu every weekend. And I counted the stops. I believe it's 11 to 13 stops. What I'm saying is, why is there not an express train? Because I'll tell you why. Every weekend I use this train for the last 5 weeks since I arrived. I have friends in Tartu that I spend time with. And there should be a train that just stops maybe in Sanganist, Elva, and New. And that is probably the reason why people are not taking the trains. Because a lot of times that the train stops at the station, and I tell you, in 5 weeks, the door opens, nobody comes off, nobody comes in. So it's something I think you should look at to have more express trains. And you're talking about making it more efficient.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Eero, you have a comment about it?
I'll first comment on Canada, actually, because I've been discussing the issues with the good people in Nova Scotia and Halifax. And actually it took us 15 minutes to discover that our problems are very similar, because they are also outermost regions in North American terms, and we're fighting more or less for the same thing. So I'll know the Canadian situation pretty good. Actually, what concerns the stop of the train, I came with the train yesterday from Tallinn to Tartu, and I had the same discussion on the train with the people. And we have a constant struggle. If we say that we'll put an express train, then all the local municipalities will say that, no, it doesn't go. We need to have our stop because our people need to get to work to Tartu. And if these people who start their trip, is it Valga, is it Viljandi or Pärnu, in end stop, they always say that we want to have express train. So the same is even between Tallinn and Tartu. And we have at the moment divided them between Tallinn and Tartu, and I think we have 3 expresses and 4 every stop trains. And this is the kind of balance that we have to seek. Because train connection, express train is transport policy, I would say, and the regional train is regional policy. And with the train connections, we are seeking both, fulfilling transport policy and regional policy aspects. So there needs to be just good balance. If 11 stops are too much, then local municipalities agree with each other that you want 7, we'll make it 7. Or 5. So, but it's very much up to the regions to say what they want.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions, comments? Yes?
Rainer Kultma, Valga County Vocational Training Center. There is a question about Valga-Koidula railway, and you didn't mention very much about this railway, but it is a very important transport corridor in South Estonia. Could you say something from your side about this Valga-Koidula railway section?
I can say 2 things. First of all, that we are keeping it technically alive for the future developments. This is the first thing. And second thing is that the main reasons that it's not used today are not technical but political. That's all I can say today. But from the Estonian Railway side, we are keeping it alive for the, if the opportunity will come, it will be there.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions, comments? If no, thank you very much, Eero.
Thank you.
For the presentation, and there is some souvenirs from local hosts. Thank you. Okay. And we will continue with broader questions. The next topic is directions of a development of a vocational training in European Union, and we have honor to have here Mrs. Katrin Hövelson, who is Counselor of Economy of an European Commission representation in Estonia. I think I was correct. Yes. So, Katrin, the floor is yours.
Good morning to everybody. I'm very happy to be here. Thank you for inviting me to this very interesting event and marking this very interesting project also, what is going on in this border area. I'm also happy to go through briefly the main challenges and main priorities in the vocational education at EU level. And it's also quite typical that we first hear what are the plans and trends in the economy, in this case in transport sector, and then we see from vocational education point of view how vocational education could in a best way respond to these needs. Because skills and education always needs to be in line with economic development, and it's very crucial also to know the trends in the economy. But at the EU level, in what context we are talking about vocational education? It's of course first of all in the economic growth context. As you might know, Europe has an economic growth strategy called Europe 2020, which sets out the goals for economic, educational, employment, climate targets for all Europe. And of course, in order to have economic growth, the countries and the EU need to be competitive. In order to be competitive, you need to have a high-skilled, high-quality jobs, or vice versa, the higher competitiveness and higher growth lead to high-quality jobs. And of course, in order to have those vacancies filled, we need people with very good skills. And this is, of course, one major challenge also for Europe, for all countries in Europe, how to provide young people and the labor force in Europe with skills which are needed at the labor market, and which are relevant and up-to-date also for employers and for companies in regions, in member states. Apart from that, of course, vocational education is seen also as an important tool or important feature to decrease youth unemployment, which is currently very high in many European countries, and young people having relevant, labor market relevant and good education considerably decreases the chances to be unemployed. On the other hand, of course, well-skilled people can better contribute to innovation, which is again an important challenge for many governments, for many countries to be more innovative, to get higher economic growth through higher innovation capabilities. And of course, as the technology is developing more quickly and the jobs are becoming also more knowledge intensive and more skills intensive. So all this actually leads to the need that our people need to be more skilled. We need higher skills, better skills in the future, as it has been the case so far. But then, of course, the question arises, what skills do we need? So I think every vocational education provider or policymaker has been asking himself, yes, we would revise our vocational education, but how, in what direction, and what do we need for future? Of course, it's not easy to forecast. It's not easy to predict for anybody what we need and what we exactly should teach in vocational schools. But what is very clear is that the demand for better skills and higher skills is increasing in years. This chart actually shows a forecast which is made by ZFOP, European Agency for Vocational Education and Analysis. And they have forecasted simulated skills needs up to the year 2025. Of course, it's not possible to exactly say that we would need X number more of technicians or X number more of cooks, but what is a common trend and what can be seen actually is that with years to come, we will need more and more people with higher qualifications and less people with lower qualifications, which means that all the existing programs, study programs, curricula will need to be more knowledge intensive also and upgraded and upskilled, and with the coming years and with the changing jobs, we will need less and less people with only basic skills. What are the main challenges at EU level? I mean, now really having this aggregate view to all EU member states and what are the common challenges for all countries. First of all, there is no homogeneous vocational education system in the EU. Every country is different, every country has a different system. So it is a very various picture what we see in the EU countries. However, there are few countries which have always been sort of examples or having exemplary vocational education systems, such as Germany, Austria, Denmark, Netherlands, for example. Why it's that? The main reason is because in these countries the vocational education system is very much work-based. It's not only school learning, but the work-based learning is very well integrated into the study programs. Another challenge, of course, low attractiveness. Still, vocational education is sometimes regarded as a second choice option, and it is often not a first choice for young people. I very much hope that this trend is changing now, and because vocational education is becoming very modern, very attractive, and very interesting for young people also. But across Europe, this is still an issue. Then, of course, relevance to labor market needs and the quality of education. This is the most important challenge, of course, and probably also most hard to respond to. again, this also leads to skills shortages. As the economy is developing and the companies are developing, their needs are changing, and in certain sectors we are facing the situation where there are skill shortages, there are vacancies available, but there are no people with skills who could fill these vacancies. Then low share of work-based learning, as many studies and evidence shows. So work-based learning is a crucial element of vocational studies, and also cooperation and close cooperation between companies, real businesses, and vocational training providers is really a key for successful study programs in vocational education. Due to sometimes low attractiveness of vocational education, this also leads to early leaving and high rate of dropouts from vocational studies, which is a problem for many countries. And last but not least, also the international mobility in vocational education. Compared to higher education, for example, where we see a lot of mobility, students studying in other countries, student exchange programs, etc., this is not that common in vocational education. Again, I'm very happy to see that this project here is a very good example of internationalization of vocational education, and we absolutely would need more of this kind of cooperation programs and studies. Just to illustrate the attractiveness of vocational education, this chart shows how big is the share of students studying in vocational education out of all upper secondary students. So basically, you see that EU average is 50%, which is like half of students in vocational education strand and half of students in general education. Unfortunately, the rate is much lower for Baltic countries. You see Estonia with 34% and Latvia with 36%. So there is still room for improvement in terms of having more people, more students in vocational education, which again helps to better respond to the skills needs by economy. And another chart illustrating the share of work-based learning. You see those countries I mentioned before, like Denmark, Germany, are in the front line because they have a very high share of work-based learning in their study programs. Whereas you see Estonia here on the right-hand side with a relatively low share of work-based study programs. Talking about challenges, what are the priorities at EU level, where we are heading to and what we want to achieve to? As there is a clear evidence that work-based learning is also clearly impacting the youth unemployment levels, meaning that the higher is the work-based learning in a country, the lower is the youth unemployment in this country, which is also clear evidence that work-based learning provides students with labor market relevant skills, which is actually a best guarantee against unemployment. And this is the reason also why we are very heavily promoting the work-based learning, apprenticeships, and all this kind of study options. Of course, another big priority is the quality of education and labor market relevance of education. And this concerns the quality requirements for teachers, for trainers, and also when drafting the study programs, how to consider and how to see how to achieve the right balance between short-term needs of the economy and long-term adaptability of individuals, how to provide young people's education they could easily manage throughout their working lives, to give the right skills, right adaptability. On the other hand, the companies out there need the workforce right now, or better yesterday. So this is another challenge what the vocational training providers are often facing. Third big priority is the governance of vocational education. To what extent the social partners, the employers, are involved in designing the vocational education, because the employers out there are best equipped to tell what they need, what type of skills they need, what type of workforce they would need. This is why also close involvement of employers and companies is extremely important. And this cooperation also needs vice versa to higher number of apprenticeships places in companies. So it is a two-way cooperation. And then, of course, excellence of vocational education and training, because vocational education is not a silo, it's not a thing per se, but it should be also closely involved in other broad strategies, broad economic strategies, innovation strategies, because vocational education can be part of innovation and is part of economy, of course. Also, how to improve the vocational education system with the tools of ICT, how to better use ICT possibilities in vocational education. And of course, to revise also the funding models, how to better fund the vocational education, to what extent the contribution of companies should be there. So it is, again, a discussion point for every country. Why it is so important to have more apprenticeships, more work-based learning? Of course, first of all, it gives students already a touch of the real working life, real business, and real work processes in a company, which again makes the transition from school to work more smooth for students. It contributes to better skills matching, because if during study times the student can have a practicum, apprenticeships in a company, then the employer, the company owner, can already contribute to teaching the student with the right skills he would need in the future. Of course, unemployment issues are closely related to this, the better skills, the lower unemployment, of course, and all in all, the result is a higher competitiveness of labor force, of companies, and of the economy in general. And just to stress the importance of this work-based learning and apprenticeships, I would just like to point out the recent initiative at EU level, which is the European Alliance for Apprenticeships, which is actually an initiative which has been started last year by it's a joint initiative by European Commission, by member states, and by social partners, employers, trade unions. And the idea of this initiative is to better promote apprenticeships in every country, to increase the number of apprenticeships, to revise the vocational education program in a way that there would be a higher share of work-based learning in whatever form it might take, depending on a country, depending on the systems, of course. And to promote also easier transition from education to work for young people, and to create more stronger partnerships in country level between employers, between training providers, between governments. And to conclude also, and to look for the future, what is going on at this very moment is a revision of vocational education and training objectives. You probably know that the big targets and objectives for vocational education have been set out in the Bruges communiqué, which is already from year 2010. But now there is a revision and drafting of short-term objectives for years 2015 to 2017 at EU level. And of course, the revision is done considering the Europe 2020 growth strategy, considering the changing economic situation, and also considering what has been done so far And the idea is to adopt new targets and new objectives and new activities in the first half of 2015. So this is challenges and the work plan at EU level for the coming years. But thank you from me for now, and if there are any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you very much. I think it was a very relevant presentation to the activities, what the current project is doing actually, because the issues what you were mentioning here, it was, I think, actually the same targets what are in this project, and I'm very happy that there is a good match from those perspectives. Is there any questions, comments to Mrs. Herbertson? Yes, please.
I saw the slide about the need of higher education and people from all Europe. And we know in Estonia we are talking about complecting the universities bigger and also make them less. What do you think is the Estonian way to go? To make big universities for lots of students, or to have several places all around Estonia where have possibilities to learn in higher education?
Thank you. It's a good question. And I think there is absolutely a need to find a right balance between the two extremes. On the one hand, Estonia is too small to have a very spread out competencies, to have a big number of universities and many different universities teaching all the same across the country, because the country is too small and we have too little resources to do that at high quality at least. On the other hand, of course, there is a regional aspect, and it is also not realistic to concentrate everything in Tallinn only, for example. So I think the way is to find a right balance which would keep in mind the regional development, but which would keep in mind also the quality of education and the concentration of resources at the most reasonable way.
Thank you.
And from my side also to add what was said, that indeed what I was talking about was the EU level challenges, EU level priorities. But I'm also very happy to see that this very project we are discussing here today, it exactly corresponds to the priorities and the ideal objectives we are having in the EU in terms of internationalization, in terms of involvement of employers, in terms of high quality education. So I'm very happy to see this idea of this project and the results here.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments? No? So, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And there is no gift from the hosts. Thank you. Now the students would like to have a lunch. You must go, otherwise you do not get it. But you are welcome back after you have your lunch. So don't think you are kicked off. You're just welcome back. Well, but now we go further with our section 1, and this is exactly about the new trends and challenges by learning and teaching logistics here. And our host, Valga County Vocational Training Center, has just launched the European fifth level qualification study programs in logistics, and we are happy to learn about the first results, what has been happening here. And we have Mr. Veiko Ardel, who is teacher of logistics in this school, a presentation about the first achievements and first challenges. So, floor is yours.
Dear audience, it's pretty that some students must leave because I'm the teacher who must share and get the feedback from students. This is a priority, yes, but we send them to eat now. I think probably they come back to me and ask the questions. To prepare this presentation was really a challenge for me, and that's in two main reasons. the things what I have gone past during this lot of years to prepare, this new quality in VET have different obstacles during those years. And on the other hand, I don't know exactly how much time today, the time as a resource to open this case for all the audience to understanding well the way how I should like to manage this topic. But at least I tried, and I hope that you will ask the questions in all three languages I can spoken, and especially detailed about the 5th level of curriculum. And for my knowledge, or for my known, that this is a first in field of the transport and logistics 5th level curriculum in Baltic states, and I think this will be like a direction, not concluded and not probably everything right. We need to improve this way, but at least we have done something. Therefore, my topic, new quality of vocational education, 5th level, challenge or vision without values and strategy. I'm very happy that previous presenter have done a preface of our vision. Preface of the challenge of the European Union, where the countries have a totally different understanding of the VET education. And there is a very simplified, very easy to understand the figures where we are, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania. We need to change. We need really quickly to change to be in right level. To give you overview, I think that I start from the idea and try to conclude very quickly up to the reality. Everything started from me in 2006, quite far ago. I met different peoples from universities, from private sector where I have worked more than 20 years, and I start to analyze that the VET education must use available resources, but need to arise the quality, need to arise the better results, especially to face to the real labor market. And the idea was clear. I introduced my idea for different peoples, and one person here today as well, Mr. Overland, the rector of Tallinn University of Applied Science, but he told me then, in 2006, Veiko, you are ahead of the time. 2008, 2009, we completed the new curriculum, national curricula for the VET schools at the 4th level. And I met another very important person in Estonia who today also working in Tallinn University of Applied Science and leading the logistics and management department, Mr. Ain Tulvi. And our understanding to establish this new curricula was exactly the same. We understand together that those teachers who teach in 2008 and 2009 not ready to bring significant changes as a new quality because the knowledge of the teachers background-based theory, not practical skills. 2010 and 12 was interest for me especially to collect background information and mapping all the picture, what we have, what input we can put to establish new level of education in VET schools. And I point out the major of bottlenecks, what hinder the progress, what really we need to eliminate. The threats on the way how we can manage future. The conclusion, what I have made, I have done different researches, and of course I can't show these researches today because I probably don't have so much time, but the conclusion is the changing strictly necessary. Strictly necessary because the labor market needs or demand and the providing quality of vet education institutions in Estonia, I am 100% sure the same in Latvia and Lithuania, not in right level. But at the same time, 2012, we are establishing in our school training group in English. I think it's a good, brave idea to start with something new, but can we realize really what we have done? Can we had a plan, long-term plan, to establishing really international environment? If we start to use the same old curriculum and use the same old learning process. We haven't cleared up exactly which way, which direction need to lead this new idea. This just was idea. But next year, in Estonia, started ice melting. The national law obligated for the vet schools to switch out to the outcome-based curricula, value-based. I really mark up black, value-based, not time-based. I was really happy at that time that Estonian government have done something, step to the future. I have waited this time 7 years. More important, demand to create the integrated basic study model supported learning process, and main idea was make more flexible movement for the students. Because today still we use study processes what in vet systems not provide easy movement in one field between different vocations. The students come and must end something but maybe he understand, or even using changed environment aspect, need to be find another profile at the same field. Today that's more or less impossible still. But the main question at the same time in 2013 was that we don't have enough teachers. We don't have enough knowledge, especially practical skills, to develop something new. Again, start the process of development of the national curricula, and I take a chance to start again discussion with all the group what wasn't successful in 2009. Maybe the time was better. And 2014, I was lucky. I got right new word group where we willing to listen me and cooperate and implement the major upgrades. I was really happy the end of the 4th level national curricula in Estonia, something new with new quality. At the same time, I commit to the new curriculum for the 5th level, because this was my idea. To bring to the life the new student-centered learning process, we must see the study process from the eyes of the students, not from the knowledge of professors. The students is priority, not knowledge what used 20 or 30 years ago. And this must take into account the labor market needs. This is a priority, not books from 70s, 60s, or even 50s. 2 curriculums, we have made it. They are ready. They are approved from Estonia Education Ministry. They have numbers, we can start the learning or study process. Finally done. Is everything ready now? 2014 autumn, just right now, I ask really deep question. Is the background system ready to implement the new quality in the field of the wet? I think it's a time to ask everybody if we are ready to implement something what is a paper. Paper never give the better quality. Therefore, very good that we know what the challenge is, the vision. But do the vision have the values and strategy? And if the challenge will be the same as the vision. Therefore, what was our goal? Professional specialization focus on employment. Learning will always be clearly vocational higher education qualification. Able to respond quickly to the industry needs and demands. And learning must offering flexible and part-time studies. Dual learning, as you've seen before, workplace learning is a priority, must be priority. Blended teaching systems, methods what we try to establish to the curriculum must be works really in life. The teachers can use flexible methods. Evaluation must be agreed at the same level. This is very important, especially for students. They know the target. They know how to get threshold-based value. WET is valued in the education system, and this is from the previous presentation you have seen. We have today problems that WET is not popular. WET is not popular, and especially in our region. Why? We must ask. My opinion, that WET is a key partner in the labor market, the key partner for the future. And those countries who have established this situation, Austria, Denmark, Germany, they are today leading the economical growth. Key argument for us was to have more education and training of high-level technicians who require industrial application and who meet specific industry needs. Employment-oriented training, a strong emphasis on cooperation of industry and businesses. Flexibility and acceptance of previous learnings make lifelong learning in a reality. Very shortly, because I don't have a time, but as I told you, I open you one picture about our work, what we have done. Just one supply chain about modern future study process. But deeply, you can ask specific question up to the diaries. Everything starts from speciality. We must defend, we must to find out the right learning outcomes, but based of the competencies, of the values. Assessment criteria, very important, evaluation. The methods what we use for the assessment of the students will be giving us result back where we start to plan the real modules. Module assessment, which way we add to the module different integrated subjects. In our 5th level curriculum today have integrated 6 different subjects. They're always flexibly moving between the main module. Every module have integrated different subjects. Between this synergy, we start to see the topics. And from topics, we choose study methods. And from study methods, we really know which resources we need. Do we need one teacher, 5 teachers? Do we need info technology, or we simulating the topics in workplace training? Therefore, the study sources or resources what we use for the getting specialty is end question. End question. First is everything starts from the learning outcomes. To achieve the goal, we need the right input. What we had. Today, we have low-cost strategy in case where we should like to achieve high quality. Lack of understanding of what is an integrated outcome-based curriculum for 5th level. Still, we are talking, but we really, all the parties don't know exactly what is 5th level, what that means. Administrative dominant and still using push method. This is not leading to the new quality, never. Push method, all the logisticians, all the theory-based information know that. Push method we use in 60s, in 70s, maybe. Not today, never. Not value-based study process. Still, we measure time, not value. Today in VET, form is more important than contents. The result, the students after graduation, what they got. Do they get just a paper, but not valued in labor market, or the results what they can provide to the companies and get back enough income, the benefit. Unagreed values with all parties, especially social partners, companies. We don't have established very good cooperation between the companies. They providing future works. They providing apprenticeship in our countries and abroad. And very important in our country, I can't compare with all the European countries, but I know all study systems, most of the European countries during my research works. In Estonia, we have a big competitive advantage. The government, in one hand, provides free higher education, and then we have unpopular VET. How to compete? How to compete? Can somebody give me a suggestion how to compete with free education? What is not free? We taxpayers pay a lot of money. This is not free. This is a lie. This is a lie. We must clarify really picture. If challenge or vision without values. Can we use lean in education? All the logisticians know what means lean. Can we use in education lean? Because, in one hand, using non-functional methods, and on the other hand, we have over-processed information flow. We are working in a situation that we need use to the lean methods. Do not assess the importance of the time and human resources. And at the same time, we talk about low budget. All the VET schools have a very low budget. They can't pay even for the very good teachers. We can't raise the quality. Producing too much of theory compared to the practical output. Accepted results from all parties. Functions working with inefficient processes. We need to use lean. Education institutions are competitors as a private companies, and they do not have an agreed joint aim of society. This is, I think, first things need to do. If high education free, what can do then VET? If a priority VET, then please do that way. A key criteria of competition is still quantity rather than quality. How we can establish new level, higher quality education, we still talk about quantities. Do we understand the real needs? Have we done depth analysis of the current situation? Have this analysis of our based finding solution to the real problems that are bottlenecks in achieving the goal? have we gave to the society, to the all involved partners, clear and reasoned message, and more important, confirmed by long-term strategy? Do we have vision with values and strategies? Very important things here, if we talk about new quality, and we talk about the dimension of the European Union up to 2020, we talk about evaluation of the schools and evaluation at the same level of students. We talk about evaluation value point ECVET. Very important knowledge. This is not time counter. This is not time counter. This is a value point. We must understand what this means value and what means time. What conclusion we can make it? Even when we possess a vision, we will not achieve this without agreed values and strategy. We are not so rich that inefficient use of both financial and human resources continues to perform duplicate activities. The fifth level requires the implementation of the professional VET to the labor market orientation of vocational training, which can't be managed using the old methods and theory. Only a flexible of student-centered training achieves the required learning outcomes, the values, the competencies. If we are unable to conclude an agreement and involve all partners, what happened then? First, fifth level never will be realized in practice. We have done a lot of unsuccessful work and use taxpayers' money inefficiently. This will be dissatisfaction from both sides, students and all employers. They're waiting something, but they don't get what they're accepting. Therefore, no sense to talk about that new quality level if we don't take into account demand of the labor market. Does our created and improved fifth level curriculum ensures high quality outcome if the vision have a lack of agreed values and strategy, the parties have a lack of knowledge how to actually implement the needs to the new study process? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Today, we still talk about theory. But I think everybody here and outside the society waiting the results. I think this time to do. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ardel, for a very comprehensive overview and not only about details about logistics, but the general point of view. I think it's very valuable. Any comments, questions to Mr. Ardel? Yes, please.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry I have to be the one that's asking questions and making comments, but trying to be objective as an outsider coming in, I would like to make two comments. Number one, I think there's a danger in developing a curriculum or curricula that is just based on outcomes. Because you see, outcomes are only as good as a process that produced them. So if we ignore how we get into the outcomes and just concentrating on the outcomes, I think there's a danger there. Because, and this brings me to my second point. As an English language teacher coming in, I can see already at this level, at the vocational training level, it's going to be problematic to integrate language acquisition skills with vocational training. Now you think about if you're a poor student, you're trying to learn a skill. Itself alone is a stressful and hard thing to do. And then you add on top of that, this student trying to learn English, one of the world's most difficult languages. Even I sometimes have problems with it. So what I'm saying, my comment is, There are some dangers there, and we just can't look at things through, you know, rose-colored glasses, see just the good of it. We have to look at the whole process holistically. And integrating that, I already see is going to be a problem. So what I suggest or recommend is that we have to look, for example, for English language training. It should not occur at this level. Students should have to have certain prerequisites to be acquiring a skill in English. So we got to go way back now to the high school and the pre-tertiary education level. And then I think we really have to look at what's happening there as well.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I don't heard any questions.
Another comment was about, should the students have English as a prerequisite already before they are starting to study this kind of high level?
Yes, of course, if we are talking about the international curriculum, if we talk about that students come from then other countries, of course, that it must be done before they start their studies. But today we don't have this practice in this school, if we talk about this school, exactly. Because we are not examining them if they know English or not. This is a problem. This is a problem. We're just taking all the students in. We're taking all the students in, even they are not ready to move forward to taking practical skills and taking from different models, learning outcomes, use English. Use English, because they are more supporting English. If I try to explain exactly for Max that integration of subjects need to help the main models, to understanding the main models. Not is the English learnings here. In these schools, they are not be
Let me make a point here, because I see...
Just a second. Can you have a mic also, because otherwise we lose the translation.
Before I forget my thought.
Yeah, okay.
Because all the language is very important, especially logisticians and fifth level. Therefore, we are integrated at least 2 languages. But of course, students can take as elective studies more languages. But they came to get a profession, and profession based in own mother tongue, is an Estonian language. But we have a problem today that we don't have enough students to establish learning process in Estonian language. This is a problem today.
Okay.
Because probably in Tartu or in Tallinn, no problem to establish the same curriculum based in Estonian language, and then the supporting of the modules, different subject, but is integrated, like a ET. ET in this new curriculum, if detailed, I can't open this because it's a really huge, more than 150 pages, but we made it. It's not 5 minutes. Okay. But the info technology is very important. But I think future, not that we study info technology as how to use as the info technology, but how to use info technology to understand the processes of the main logistic knowledge.
Okay.
We don't need to, because we don't teach the IT specialists here. We don't teach IT specialists. We don't give them economical overview for reasons that they are maybe start to learn that in university. But we try to give them economy different figures, that they get understanding better what is logistics. Okay. What is logistics?
Okay. But if I may say something, it's not speaking to my point, what you're saying. Because what I'm saying is that I'm being very specific about English language. A lot of students, and I'm finding as an English teacher here, that a lot of students do not have the basic skills in English to actually learn logistics in English.
Yeah,
I foresee it's going to be a problematic situation.
I'm agree with you, Max. I know the situation. But like as I said, this is this organization problem. This is not all over problems.
Yeah,
okay.
Because
we need to make exam, and then it's for examples this year to start studies 20 students. Yes, and if I'm honest to say, result of Max, maybe 5 students who can follow with English. The rest of the students need improve the level of the English.
Okay.
Of course. Good. But
well, thanks a lot.
Yes.
I think it was pretty good dialogue and good points what you made, both of you. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much for this very presentation. And now we move further. The topic about the educational levels and cooperation between the various levels and school types will continue. Our next presenter is Mr. Enno Lend, who is Rector of Tallinn University of Applied Sciences, and he will present us the ideas about the possibilities how to synchronize the curricula and study programs in universities and vocational educational training. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody, dear ladies and gentlemen. Of course, it's for me a great pleasure to be here to your conference. And if I prepared topics, I had small difficulties because to find out any central or core message was quite complicated. And now the topic is how it, the new level curricula, what is previous speaker, Veiko, mentioned, how it interacts with the world of work and higher education, and I can try to open these items via approach EQF, European Qualification Framework. Some word about our universities in Estonia, Tallinna Tehnika Kõrgkool, in English, TDK, University of Applied Sciences. We have approximately 2,800 students, and we can provide 13 study program in professional higher education, and regarding Valga Vocational Center, more closed curricula is transport and logistics, railway engineering, and automotive engineering. And we have a lot of experiences in cooperation to carry out study program and also to belong the common project. Topics, some word about European Qualification Framework, the next vocational education, how it linked to the world of work and lifelong learning. Also, I can give some general trends about labor force and education. And if Veiko mentioned new curricula on the level 5, it's quite new in Estonia, but also in the neighboring countries like Latvia, Lithuania, and Finland. Okay, European Qualification Framework. We can use in Europe different qualification and education system, and sometimes it's quite complicated to compare the different system, and EQF, it's a good translation or communication tool for comparing different higher education and occupational qualification frameworks. And also it's a good possibility for recognition of qualification, and it's improve also transnational mobility, labor force, and also students. So EQF, if you see on the slide, there are 8 levels. European Qualification System Framework and Estonia Qualification Framework both have 8 levels. And for example, if any country have maybe 6 level qualification framework or 10 level or if I remember right, in Scotland, Scottish qualification framework, there are 12 level, and it's a very simplified tool to compare different qualification framework between different countries. And the levels number 6, 7, and 8, it's belong to the higher education, and to the vocational education curricula are operated on the level 3, 4, and 5. European qualification framework in practice, if I understood, it's very useful translation and communication tool, but it's a static tool. If you know, in economic sectors, there are different trends and different unemployment rate. Some sectors growing up, some sectors going down, and so on. And the qualification framework don't measure any dynamic processes in economic sectors. And the second point, I go back to the logistics sector. In Estonia, the lowest level is level number 4, the second is 5, 6, and so on. And if we, for example, if we describe any logistic system, we can use the term modal shift. And here we can use the similar term qualification shift. It means maybe in future the level number 4 it's not used. Maybe, I don't know. The companies, employees should be saying. And how to manage demand for and supply in the education system, it's also a very complicated question. If you know, in any sector, education sector overproduce labor force, and for example, in information communication sector, there are not enough workers. So, in this slide, we can see, for example, the certificate number 5, based on the upper secondary education certificate, and maybe the good name is the old name technicians. If I looking back to the history and how they start the binary higher education system, at the beginning, 1960s, the paradigm of Humboldt, is a Germany's scientist and researcher, paradigm of Humboldt University is no longer fit. It means education and Germany term Bildung or Ausbildung, going by different ways. And it means the initiative to create skill-intensive curricula coming from big companies, from big manufacturing companies, and the diversification of higher education started at the 66 in France and the beginning of 70s in Germany. And the beginning of 2000 is a science. In the beginning of 2000 is under discussion the curricula number on the level 5 or short cycle And I think in several countries like Denmark, Belgium, Austria, it's quite popular, but in Estonia, it's a good challenges, I think, to create and development short cycle study programs. Estonian higher education system, you can see here the binary higher education pathways or tracks. Our traditional universities can offer bachelor programs and integrated and master programs on the level 6 and 7, and also doctoral degree on the level 8. And the other part of binary higher education system is professional higher education, and the duration of studies is from 3 to 4 years. And for example, if I take some example about our enrollment, approximately 1/3 of the total enrollment coming from vocational education. It's a good way to continue the study, the graduates of vocational education training. Some words about the quality of study process. If you know the real learning outcomes is not to equal or is not to equal expected learning outcomes in any companies, in world of work, and of course it's our challenges to achieve the better comparison about the learning outcomes and expected outcomes in world of work. Supply trends in labor force in European countries. You can see the high qualification, share of high qualification comparing 2010 and 2020. It's increasing the difference plus 12.4, and the share of low qualification is going down. So, and it's the same, a little bit the same slide if you looked from the Katrin Övelson, but the main objective of the vocational training is to provide vocational, professional and occupational competence to perform successfully in the labor market and lifelong learning. And the graduate of professional higher education, they are acquire the competence necessary for employment or to continue the studies in master level. And I think the main problems using the qualification framework is that if we're looking now the graduates on the closed level, I mean the level of 4th level, 5th level, 6th level. And there are graduates from universities, bachelor, and graduates from professional higher education, and now 5th level, and also the level number 4. And the core question, by my understanding, is how our companies, our employees distinguish the differences between different graduates. If there are too much the similar competencies, what to do employees. And maybe in future on the field of logistics, the lowest level should be level number 5, and level number 4 is will be missing in future. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Land, for a good overview. Is there any questions, comments? Apparently not. So thank you very much. We have also a small gift from the host school for you. Thank you. And we will continue with a similar issue from point of view of Russia. So we have Professor Evgeny Korovayovsky, yes, did I spell it right? Good. Who is head of a chair of logistics and commerce in St. Petersburg State Transport University. So, Professor, floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Спасибо большое. Начну традиционно, наверное, так сказать, вначале на русском языке, а потом продолжу на английском языке. Презентация у меня на русском языке, без, так сказать, двойного перевода. Но в первую очередь, конечно, хотелось бы поблагодарить организаторов этой конференции. Очень интересные доклады. И, конечно же, нам интересно, так сказать, видеть то, что те проблемы, которые у нас очень активно обсуждаются очень активно и здесь, и в Европейском Союзе. So, my topic will be about applied bachelor level in logistics in Russia. And I can say that everything new is a world forgotten old. Actually, our university has a quite long history. In this December, we will celebrate 205th anniversary. So, this is from our archives, quite old photo of mechanical laboratory. And I can say that almost 100 years ago, we already have so-called applied bachelor education, and actually our students actively participate in for example, construction bridges, in St. Petersburg construction railroads. I'm sure that here railway station was also constructed with, say, our maybe former students, but with some students. And now Russian educational authorities start to remember, let's say, their roots and want to implement a special format of education, so-called applied bachelor level, that in our case, in between university level, university degree, and in Russia we have so-called polytechnic or vocational schools. And actually, experiment started already in 2011, and this year we will have first results. Actually, in this experiment, more or approximately 50 of institutions are participating, but as you can see from the slide, there is no, or very few of them are working in transport and logistics sphere. But maybe most of all of our areas of education are presented in such programs. So one of our aims under LogOnTrain project is to understand how this education system is performed here in EU, and try to, let's say, combine, let's say, best practices and implement it inside our university. And In Russian Railways last year, there was a conference specially designed for applied bachelor level education, and actually they start to think what kind of equipment, what kind of techniques should be used in education. Because actually we're very integrated with Russian Railways, our university, our institute. Actually it's historical process, and only maybe 15 years ago we were under Ministry of Railway Transport, so we were part of, at the moment now, it's Russian Railways and Ministry of Transport. And due to this we have a lot of, let's say, direct links to professionals, to specialists there, and actually we have very interesting and heavy discussion. So the main aim of applied bachelor level education should be so-called high technology, let's say, industries. And the question is, what is high technology industry, and how technology could be implemented in logistics and transport sphere. And of course, everybody knows, let's say, definitions of high technologies, but if you think about logistics, how it should be implemented here, it's let's say, a rather big question. What kind of technologies should we, let's say, install as a laboratory in university? And we analyzed, let's say, make some proposal, make some classification, and all industries classified as high, average, and of course low technologies. But where is logistics? As you can see, there is no such word. And even different products should use different logistical solutions. You could think that Russia in different logistical ratings are not in good shape, not in good positions. But it's also because of, so it's very difficult to compare, for example, gas or oil transportation and let's say finished products transportation. And of course logistical solutions for different cargoes will be different. And we started from very common definition of logistics. I think everybody knows from Bauer Stocks and Close this definition, and try to find exactly solution that could be installed or implemented for our students. And of course we found such solutions, and such solutions were divided into several groups. And of course, first of all, a lot of solutions were very, let's say, ICT integrated. And of course, there are such systems like different controlling systems, like GPS, like GLONASS, and others, and systems of control of cargoes. And actually, we already have, let's say, small laboratory or just computer class with installed special software, but we want more. And other, let's say, group of technologies that could be installed in our universities or are different warehouse and terminal systems. And actually our department is one of the leader in Russia in different warehouse systems. And also information technologies concerning document flow. So now we have, let's say, the list of technologies that should be implemented for students, and of course it's very difficult to forecast what will be, let's say, next technologies and how logistics will manage this, let's say, new technological wave. And I can say that when for example, I'm teaching lectures for our students, I'm always asking, do they know really modern technologies? And not many of them really know a lot. And so we decided also to, let's say, install some, I can say, quite modern hardware like 3D printers, so students could, let's say, just go through, study through it and make, I don't know, whatever, some industry at the table. And just for your information, you even could build a house with modern technology without any, let's say, workers, specially educated, just if you have a special 3D printer. So now we have a, let's say, concept, and actually already asked companies to participate in this applied bachelor degree level education program, and actually some companies are really happy that we started this work, that not only, let's say, Russian Railways will work with our university, but also others could, let's say, join the team. And students are also very happy because for them it's something new, and many of them already start their own, let's say, small businesses with such a technique, and they start to make their own research. So actually that's my short presentation. Thank you for your attention. Спасибо.
Thank you very much for this interesting presentation and your achievements. Are there any questions or comments you'd like to ask about this kind of studies in St. Petersburg? Yes, please.
Спасибо. Уважаемый Евгений Константинович, такие хорошее новое направление действительно вам разрешили. Прикладной бакалавриат, да? Хотелось бы знать, это только Петербургская округ или с Россией в целом, или есть среди них студенты и за пределами России? Спасибо.
Значит, прикладной бакалавриат – это вообще программа, так сказать, Министерства образования. И на сайте Министерства образования есть материалы. Вот у меня, например, ссылки внизу везде, так сказать, да, minobranauki.rf, и там различные видео выложены, различные программы. То есть это уже подготовленные, так сказать, направления подготовки. Да. И если говорить про именно транспорт, то, конечно, и транспорт, и логистику, то в данной связи, конечно, мы здесь не являемся лидерами. Да, во-первых, под высокотехнологичными отраслями, ну, как мы с вами уже видели, так сказать, ну, по крайней мере, российским правительством понимаются вполне определенные отрасли. И в первую очередь там вводится программа прикладного бакалавриата. Да, поэтому, так сказать, вот в 49 учреждениях высшего и среднего профессионального образования, которые приняли участие в этом эксперименте, да, там транспортных ни вузов, ни техникумов вы не увидите. Да? Тем не менее, так сказать, сейчас вот с прошлого года ведется активное обсуждение возможностей таких именно на базе, так сказать, наших транспортных вузов, то есть университетов пути сообщения, да, то есть были, так сказать, собирались там на уровне первых лиц, да, первых проректора, так сказать, университетов пути сообщения, и, в общем-то, ну, позиция, насколько я понимаю, Министерства образования, чтобы значительная часть, там, в процентах регламентируется, там больше половины, должны буквально через несколько лет обучаться по программам прикладного бакалавриата. Хотя, как я думаю, вы знаете, что ЛИИШТ, да, университет пути сообщения, мы традиционно уже многие, не только десятки, наверное, сотни лет занимаемся именно прикладным бакалавриатом. То есть это обязательно связь с производством, обязательно, так сказать, обучение в стенах вуза, ну, совместно с производством. Спасибо.
Ну, я смотрю, что...
Но я смотрю, что вы знаете принтеры 3D, знаете Томаса Фрейя, который предполагает, что в 30 по 50 год изменится все, что касается транспорта, который будет перевозить в основном только ресурсы, а изготовление продукции будет на местах, как законченный процесс, через принтеры 3D всего, что мы знаем, от обуви, заканчивая, извините, даже органами для человека, скажем так. Изучают ли ваши студенты уже вот эту будущность, как они будут управляться потоком этих ресурсов, и если ресурсы будут исчерпаемые, как они будут решать вот эту проблему?
Значит, ну, спасибо за вопрос очень интересный. Значит, я могу только отметить, что буквально через неделю, у нас 22-24 октября на базе нашего университета будет проходить конференция «Техносферная экологическая безопасность на транспорте». То есть все вопросы, касающиеся экологии, зеленой логистики, так сказать, там в том числе будут освещаться. Она проводится под патронажем, в том числе Министерства транспорта, Российских железных дорог и так далее. И, соответственно, наши студенты, они, конечно же, так сказать, этими вопросами, так сказать, озадачиваются. Да, может быть, не совсем еще, может быть, в тех объемах, как бы нам хотелось, потому что, конечно, так сказать, тут возникает много-много-много вопросов. Да, и с той же 3D-печатью, так сказать, с возможностями, так сказать, различных пластиков, да, и с экологичностью, самое главное, этих пластиков. Да. Но, тем не менее, процесс идет, процесс уже начался. Да, студенты показывают максимальную заинтересованность. Да, то есть, если сравнивать, как бы одно дело показывать им просто какие-то слайды, либо, так сказать, они тут же начинают что-то творить своими руками, да, это две большие разницы. И студенты совсем по-другому, так сказать, относятся к учебному процессу. Да, то есть, у меня есть опыт, что, так сказать, там 100% посещаемость на, так сказать, занятия, которые связаны именно с 3D-моделированием, так сказать, проектированием и так далее. То есть, понятно, что это не наша одна кафедра, да, там логистика коммерческая работа, а это еще, так сказать, у нас есть система автоматизированного проектирования кафедры, которую, так сказать, мы совместно работаем в данном направлении. Так что вот.
Спасибо. Спасибо вам большое. Well, and we have just one short presentation before the lunch, and it's coming from neighbor country Latvia, Mr. Roland Rastaks, who is head of education department of Valga municipality, and he will tell us about the impact of international training in Valga county vocational training. Yeah, floor is yours.
Why young people from Valga had decided to study in Valga? Point one, there is interest about this specific profession. Point two, the expenses for living are much less if you live at home in your own family. And point three, there is not study fee. Youngsters from other municipalities are interested about unusual and specific Valga border situation. Studies in Valga is a real example for Latvian youngster of international cooperation. This is first experience for youngster to study in English. If somebody has experience of studying in English, it makes easier to continue education for the bachelor degree in study programs of technical universities. This can be the first experience to understand the correctness of the chosen profession. For the municipality, it is the chance not to lose inhabitants as a minimum for the time of studying. Afterwards, when the profession is obtained, the youngster already can start his or her work career right here in Valga or Valga. Can the municipality offer working place for specialists of logistics? No, but Valga and Valga is a center between Riga and Tartu on the way to Narva and St. Petersburg. There is a good railway connection and good transit roads. Therefore, the logistic specialists are more and more demanded in the labor market. It is profession of today and future, which connect the world of real and virtual. Every educated human grows value of municipality. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Very good points, actually, and very clearly presented. So, any questions, comments? Actually, can somebody say how many people in this logistical course are coming from Estonia, from Latvia, and other countries? Maybe you can tell us just this background.
Okay. It is, can it be heard now? Yeah. So in this group that we are having now, the number of students is 22. Out of those 22, 11 is from Latvia. From Estonia, 6. From Russian Federation, 3. And from Georgia, 2.
Okay.
So this is the
background.
How it looks like.
Oh, it's very good, actually. And so it's really cross-border cooperation, actually. Would you like to comment? No? Any other comments, questions, please? If no, once again, thank you very much. Thank you. And now we have lunch break. Lunch is served downstairs. Downstairs in the ground floor. And we hope all you can be back at 2 o'clock here. So we will continue with the session 2. Thank you very much and bon appetit.
Kuule, Priit, kas praegu on veel laivis või?
Ja ei, tegelikult heli on.
Aga arvutipildist jookseb praegu või kuskilt?
Ei, jookseb üleval, aga heli on laivis. Seda pole keegi maha tõmmanud. Võib-olla peaks.
Võtame mästeri maha lihtsalt siit. Ai, ei ole nii oluline vast. Jah, selles mõttes.
Kelle 2 on alusel?
Always suggest the best solution tip.
Kuule jah. Ma vaatan, et keegi on ikka väga vägisi siin nende kallale roninud, mikrite kallale. Üldiselt on praegu hästi kuulda, jah. Et võib täitsa nii jätkata vist. Et okei. Kuulge, aga võtke oma sajakesed asjad ja siis ma viskan välja teid. Miks ta kajab nii veidralt? Peabki olema. Head isu. Kes see ütles mulle, et sa tapsid kõik ära? tohiks.
The result? A significant cost.
Maybe we can. So your presentation comes after me.
Yes. Here is. Yes. You see, I made very short the last
so you
slide.
did.
You see, mentioning only the Magistral Terran. It is you see programs for finding the costs of tariffs.
together delivers better results. Estonia-Latvia-Russia Cross-Border Cooperation Program within ENPI improves life in border areas. Estonia, Latvia, Russia, united by borders.
So, welcome back, and thank you for a very delicious lunch. It was really great. So, if somebody says that school food is bad, so you need to go back to eat again, because it was really excellent. Thank you very much. We go on with our Valga International Logistic Forum, and our second session is devoted to simulation, modeling, and ICT-based programs in vocational training. And I think the simulation and modeling is extremely important if we are discussing about the logistics. Because if you do your studies in the vocational school as a cook, and you may fry the chicken wrongly, so you can repeat it. If you like to be in future a person who is sewing clothes, you can do some shirts in wrong way. You can just throw them away and start again. But if you're studying logistics and sending train to wrong direction, it costs you a fortune. And it's hard to repair it if you send a truck with full cargo load to wrong country, wrong destination. So that's why I think in logistics, the modeling and simulation is extremely important. We have in this session three very good presenters, and first of them is Kait Krull, who is teacher here in Valga County Vocational Training Center, and he will present us what kind of available ICT programs are used or planning to use here in Valga and what are your plans around it. So, Kait, the floor is yours.
So, dear audience, my name is Kait Krill. You probably have seen me walking around this room today. So, I'm a member of Logistics and Overland Transport Network for Training Blue Collars project. And here today, I'm going to introduce a couple of programs which could be used in logistics education and vocational education centers. So, first of all, I would like to introduce a couple of programs which help to visualize cargo placement. So, cargo load planning softwares. So, first is a product by a company called SoftTruck, and it's called CargoWiz. So, CargoWiz is a cargo loading planning software, as I told you before, and it helps us to load trucks and containers and use the space more efficiently. As I told you before, it's developed by a company called SoftTruck in USA, Tampa, Florida. Here is a little link to get more information and also the trial version of the software. And a little instructive PDF file to get more information and to convince yourself why you should use this program. So, what else do we get? So, we have available 20 days trial on that website. It's a fully functional version of the software. You also get this 90 days no questions asked return policy, which means if you buy the license, you don't have to tell them afterwards. After 90 days, you don't have to explain them anything if you want to return them product. The functions, for what is interesting probably in the logistics area is that you can import data from different databases and Excel. Also, you have the possibility to define your own custom cargo storage, and your items and their weight and different parameters. You also have a 3D view to enhance the presentation of the cargo placement on the container. You have a you have a drag and drop method, which enables you to move your items, and also why you should even buy this software is that all these kind of softwares have their algorithms in order to automatically place cargo the most efficient way. So this program works only with box-sized cargo, as I will show you on the next slide. So here you can see the program interface itself. So whenever you download the software and install it on your computer, you see that you get this little explanatory window, which helps you to get to know the program. But the program itself consists of 3 tabs. So first of all is truck, container, or pallet, which I'm not showing you at the moment. So next one is cargo size, where you define all your items and their parameters, as you can see, length, width, height, their quantity, which is really important. And also the third column is called load container, so where all the 3D visualization is going to happen. So at the moment you can see that whenever you, for example, import your information through Excel databases, you can see that this is a little summary over here. So our little presentation over here has 306 items altogether and 6 different ones. Their weight is over 4 tons. So I'm going to show now another slide. So this is the visualization part. As you can see, all these 6 different items have been automatically placed to the container, so 14 feet standard container. And basically you can move them yourself also. And this program also broadcasts reports, for example, the weights on axles and stuff, and reports like that. So this was the first program. So second, I'm going to talk about Cape Systems, which is now associated with the ESCO software company, and the products which I'm going to introduce is Cape Pack and Cape Truck Fill. So Cape Pack, it's a palletizing software, so you can model your items onto a pallet. You have different case sizes, of course, which you can Again, customize yourself. You have efficient pallet patterns. You have your material and cube utilization, but what is good about this software is that it has 3 modules. So it consists of 3 modules. The first one is Cape Pack Pallet, which is the simplest version of the software. And it's basically, you tell the box size and the pallet, and then you load it with them. Another version is Cape Pack Arrange, which is now a bit more complicated. This allows the user to actually define what is inside the box. And through that analysis, you can see the reports, for example, how many items is actually on the pallet, and through that find the best solution for finding the correct box and solution for your cargo. And finally, the all-in-one kind of solution is Cape Pack Design. So all the features are now put into this version. So next one is Cape Truck Fill. So Cape Truck Fill is a container loading software. It helps you to plan and create and print your multi-product load plans. Of course, get the most out of trucks and containers. Optimize the space, and print out loading plans for the workers, for example. So now I have a small video to show you the software. So I'm going to do it really quickly to show how the interface actually looks like in this program. So over here you see that they start from the casing, so basically the box. And they specify the weight and heights and lengths and different needed parameters. So over here you see already made a pallet, which now has been organized according to the packages. Also these little printouts. So over here they're defining the cargo itself, what goes into the packet. So for example, you see they're using bottles. And now they're putting cardboard between the bottles over here, so all this can be done with this software. So, and finally, as I was talking about the analysis, you can see that all the products which are basically put onto this pallet can be, you can see the data from here, and it gives you 40 different possibilities, for example, how to actually arrange that, and it usually gives the best solution. As you can see, here are the solutions, how to put the pallets onto a container. So this was ESCO Cape Pack and Cape Truck Fill. Now I'm going to talk about the software which is developed by a company called P Interactive, and it's called Easy Cargo. So Easy Cargo, their motto is effective utilization of cargo space. So the company itself is in Czech Republic. More information on the product itself, yet again, from easycargo.eu. I brought up some amounts, how much the license costs. So for a month it's 35 euros, and for a year 350 euros. And why this license is somewhat important is that it's actually an online service, so no installation is requested in the other part. So everything can be run on your browser, and this license itself is basically an account which you log in, and there is no association to a certain person. So everybody can basically use it, but they have to be signed in only one person at a time. So what does this program actually give us? They have planned some enhancements, so manual load. At the moment it only works automatically. So whenever you need to place your cargo by yourself, then there is a little problem. Then they're going to put US units into the software, and also make a product database, so you don't have to add your information to it all the time. And finally, multi-cargo space loading option. So also this program has Excel import. They have a custom sheet for that, where you put your information and then you can later on upload the information. So what is good? It has no installation, so school administrators don't have to worry about where to put it and how to basically solve the problem about servers and licenses. So the program itself looks like this. As you can see, it's quite intuitive if we compare it to the others. So over here you see a truck. The truck is filled with these items over here. So as you can see, there are 3 groups. So it uses first in, last out method. For example, you can do that. So you put your cargo, which you will access the last, first in, and basically load the cargo like this. So I have also a small video of this software in order to show a couple of how this program actually works like. So over here they're making groups. So for example, the first stop is Barcelona. I don't know how well you can see. This is how you define the cargo itself. As you can see, it's also only box-sized items. But okay, let me show you something. Okay, I lost my cursor. But okay. So over here is, as you can see, the loading process is taking part at the moment. Over here, and basically in the end, you can see the reports, how to basically put the cargo on it. And there should be actually one more thing what I want to show you, is this graphical representation of the weight on the axles, which is also an important part of today's logistics, kind of. So next program is by a company called Multiscience. It offers 2 products, Multimix and Multipack. So Multiscience itself is a company in Germany, and it deals with computer integrated logistics. So it gives full automated palletizing and order picking solutions for companies. But it also offers these 2 programs which I told you before. So more information can be found from multiscience.de/en to get the English version. But now I'm going to talk about Multimix. So it's a modular software system for optimizing loading volume for heterogeneous goods. And this software has 3 versions. So first one is shipping container selection, then mixed pallet loading, and mixed container loading. Probably some of you are thinking what this heterogeneous goods means is that it basically means that you can use this software with different sized packages. So why this is important to bring out, I will go into it in a moment. So this is actually how the software looks like. This is the pallet version. And over here you can see the packages have been put onto the pallet itself. And you can actually move these packets around and do layer by layer. Basically you can see layer by layer how these packages are placed. So next one, Multipack. So Multipack is a software for logistics, for packing. It has 3 versions, so basic version, 2-level version and 3-level version, which are basically the same product, but depending on the version, it's getting more and more complicated. The main target is to optimize storage space and to develop a packing. So, and this software only deals with the same sized items and basically the same items altogether. So from this little picture, you can actually see that all these products are the same. They just have some different coloring. So next programs which I want to introduce is by a company called TOPS Software. It's TOPS Pro and MaxLoad Pro. So this software company is yet again in USA, Texas. Their website is topsank.com. And TOPS Pro, let's start with this program. It's actually a package design and palletization software to optimize yet again packaging designs, calculate pallet patterns, cut transportation costs, and so and so. And another one is MaxLoad Pro, which is now for containers. So cargo load planning and optimization. So I'll go really quickly. And there is also another solution. As you see, I have brought out TOPS eBack, which is basically a web solution which kind of combines these two solutions together. I actually have small demos of them, but I'm probably not going to show them. So next one, simulation software. I have only brought out one, which is a multi-method simulation software called Analogic. You will hear about it more in the following presentations. But basically what this is that why this software is different from others is because it uses 3 paradigms. So discrete event, which is the most simple simulation. It goes like, for example, you have a customer, you have your queue, and then you have your final result, and then you can basically analyze and change the parameters accordingly to see which is the best result and kind of to see when the queue is getting too long and stuff like that. Then you have agent-based simulation, which means that, for example, when you're starting to simulate people have different kind of objectives and preferences for a product, for example. And finally, system dynamics, which is kind of one of the most complicated ones. So this is not anymore like from start to finish kind of simulating, but this is let's say that it's kind of like a supply chain. It's all connected. So what this software gives us is that we can export our analysis as applets to show our simulations. We have an educational version for that, and their website is analogic.com. And what I want to bring out over here is that when you, for example, do not want to buy this software because it's not that cheap, is you can always run these models which have been created before, and they are all accessed from this link, so runthemodel.com. And from there, basically, there is a wide variety of different models and simulations already made, which could be used to analyze. For example, you give that as exercise to students to find the correct parameters to this kind of situation. So the teacher only has to find the correct modules out of the system. So simulations, which can be done by this software. And I have brought out in bold the ones which we should be interested about. So supply chains, transport and warehousing, and airport stations and shopping malls. So here you can see a small video at the end about the software itself. So it looks something like this. As you can see, it's a bit complicated for first, and it actually isn't that easy. So,
logistics, business processes, human resources,
but yeah, so I'm just going to show a couple of so over here you can see a warehouse being simulated. So it has different parameters like how many forklifts you have, how many workers have you gotten a packing zone and stuff like that. So for example, over here you can see a supply chain being simulated and rendered. Over here you can see, so this is a small graphical illustration about these major paradigms which I was talking about. So agent-based modeling. So over here you see people, so you can give these people their suggestions and stuff like that. So system dynamics. It's a bit more complicated than discrete event. As you can see, discrete kind of goes like this, but system dynamics is all mixed together. So, a bit about the program. As you can see, over here how the student should start to build their module is to use different kind of libraries and add them accordingly, and then switch parameters and stuff like that. So, And also what's good about this, that as you can see, it supports Windows, Mac, and Linux because it's based on Java. So in conclusion, I introduced a couple of programs: CargoWiz, Cape Pack and Cape Truck Fill, Easy Cargo, Multimix and Multipack, Tops Pro, MaxLoad Pro, and Analogic. But I also would like to bring out a couple of more. So Visual 8, which is actually also a simulation software. It has a really easy interface. It's much easier to use than Analogic, but it costs a bit more. Another one is Inflow Inventory. So, for example, this is a really simple solution for small enterprises to manage their inventory. So all the orders and stuff like that. Then there is a Directote, which is a TMS, so Transport Management System. So to follow all your trucks and how your cargo is moving. And finally, some companies who are actually making money out of this, providing solutions for different companies, is Simplan and Outlogic Systems. So if you look for information about these companies, then you will probably get more information about these solutions. So thank you for your attention. I hope you enjoy it.
Thank you very much for this very comprehensive overview. Is there any questions, comments? Yes, please. We need a microphone also. We will find it. Can you switch it on? Oh, here. Okay, good.
Thank you. Thank you for interesting presentation. My name is Olli-Pekka Hilmula. I'm coming from Finland. Just a comment on simulation. Just been lecturing system dynamics for 10 years. I would like to say to you that don't ever take into your curriculum agent-based simulation in this school. It is too complicated.
Yeah.
Even if you are able to learn it, then you will leave this school pretty soon. Second, discrete event simulation is not easy either. I think the easiest one is system dynamics in the end. Easier than these three is Monte Carlo simulation. And I think that you should really focus here, Monte Carlo simulation. And you have many softwares available which are working above, let's say, Excel, that you can put variation in Excel. That is easy to understand. That you can learn in 10 hours or 20 hours, and that's really useful. But these, what are we doing here, what are you introducing here are like, how can I say? They're like really serious drugs, like heroin. So it is really dangerous, and it takes a long time. Yes, it is just my comment.
Thank you for that.
Yep.
I actually agree with you. So, any more questions or comments?
My question is actually, do you using some of them also, or what's your plan, or is there some obstacles to use them, or? And another part of a question, that what actually companies are using, because you are preparing stuff here, and when we go to the companies to work, so what
actually,
is actually in the company?
So actually, as I have understood, the companies are usually using Excel just to get by, and they have different enterprise resource planning softwares, which basically are kind of all the same. I introduced this Inflow Inventory. It's kind of for a small enterprise, but it's a really simple version kind of an ERP. So to kind of answer to your question is that these are like some extra for the students in order to make them understand more better, to basically visualize the process of how it's actually going on in real life. Because we cannot take students and basically put them in a position where they are placing cargo on a truck or something like that. So just to make their studies a bit more interesting, you could use these softwares which I have introduced today.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions, comments? Yes, please. Can we have a mic?
So, actually, I don't know if I'm really educated on the logistics process itself, but you've shown a lot of programs that actually deal with these simulations, but I would like to ask that if in today's society the technology is actually moving forwards and forwards, and so do you use any Android or iOS-based things that you can use on the go? Because I would assume that logistics in a big company is in a certain place or it's situated in a certain office, but let's take some other small companies or small enterprises that deal with logistics. Maybe they would have to use things on the go, let's say a tablet computer or an Android phone, for example. So are there any actual programs that use these platforms, or is this Windows, Mac, or Linux-based programs all that there is? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. So unfortunately, I can't tell you any certain programs which do like this or behave like this, but I'm pretty sure there is a solution for all of these. So whenever you go and find, for example, an enterprise resource planning software for your company, it consists of different modules. So probably there is a modules for handheld devices also. So, okay.
Yeah, okay. Just a second, yeah.
There is a company called Forio.com, and you can use them over internet, system dynamics, and simulation. It is, you need to pay some license fee, I don't know, is it 30 or 50 euros per month, but that is at least. But typically in simulation, softwares are not available online. It's a bit backwardation branch. It is coming always a bit behind. I don't know why. Then one of my colleagues, when I was a doctoral student in late 90s and early 2000, he built this kind of software called Agile Supply Demand Networks, ASDN. I think you can find it from Salesforce and so on. And it is nowadays used, I think, quite many places in China. He has been lecturing in China many times and so on. Agile Supply Demand Networks.
Okay. Okay, good. Any other comments, questions? If no, so thank you very much. Great.
Thank you.
Good overview. And we will go further with the same topic, how to use ICT-based programs in the logistic trainings. And the next presenter will be assistant professor from St. Petersburg State Transport University, Mr. Mikhail Pimenko. Floor is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, Honorable Mr. Moderator, all colleagues and students, first of all, I would like to say many thanks for organizers of this significant event in such a unique city like Valga, where we can see a border directly in the middle, in the area of the city at all. First of all, I would like to say you that my slides and presentation, they have two languages, in English and in Russian. You can read on that language you prefer and choose what you want. That's why, excuse me, but further presentation I will do in Russian. Ну, прежде всего, я бы хотел напомнить присутствующим, что в фильме, который предварял наше сегодняшнее событие, который посвящен программе «Эстония-Латвия-Россия», в конце, после показа игры в питанку, в шары, значит, там идет текст. Так вот, я хочу напомнить, что первый текст там касался именно Modern ICT Services, то есть современные, значит, информационно-коммуникационные технологии. Очень хорошо в докладе представителя Европейской комиссии в Эстонии Катрин Ховелсон, правильно я говорю? Правильно? Было отражено два момента, я хочу напомнить. Youth, more knowledge and skills intensive. То есть для молодежи вот это восприятие новых технологий, они, так сказать, осуществляют намного более интенсивно и более четко. И, наконец, я бы хотел напомнить, когда выступал глава муниципального совета города Valga, значит, мистер Крауклес, господин Крауклес, он сказал, что логистика – это прежде всего логика маршрутов. Так вот, логика маршрутов без современных информационных технологий практически сделать невозможно. Это не просто выбор маршрута на карте. Это оценка стоимости, это оценка безопасности и сохранности груза, это оценка возможности точки отправления и точки доставки груза с точки зрения возможности оборудования, с точки зрения скорости обработки той или иной партии груза и так далее. Значит, я все это сказал не для того, чтобы как-то оправдать тематику нашего проекта, а чтобы еще раз подчеркнуть важность и актуальность современных информационных технологий для процессов, которые решают логисты на своем рабочем месте практически ежедневно. И эти информационно-коммуникационные технологии должны обязательно входить в процесс обучения и подготовки специалистов среднего звена в области транспорта и логистики. Презентация подготовлена нашими 3 предприятиями города Санкт-Петербурга, которые участвуют в проекте LogOnTrain. Это Санкт-Петербургский университет телекоммуникаций имени Бонч-Груевича, это Петербургский государственный университет путей сообщения императора Александра I, и это, значит, Северо-Западный центр транспортной логистики АйЛОТ, директором которого я являюсь. Так. Ну, прежде всего, телекоммуникационные сервисы. Расширение применения телекоммуникаций в логистике, прежде всего, они требуют создания этих сервисов, а для этого нужны соответствующие специалисты. Так вот, именно подготовка специалистов для создания и соответствующего внедрения этих сервисов является одной из задач нашего проекта. Эти сервисы, они применимы для всех видов транспорта. Очень важно при транспортировке груза отслеживать, в каком месте находится транспорт, в каком месте находится груз, как осуществляется управление этим транспортом. То есть получается таким образом, что информационно-коммуникационные технологии, они необходимы как самим транспортникам для эффективного управления процессом движения, процессом перевозок, управления процессами этими, так и для клиентов, то есть для грузоотправителей, для грузополучателей, для тех, кто сопровождает этот груз, для тех, кто этот груз обрабатывает. И вот эти информационно-коммуникационные технологии мы можем встретить на всех стадиях обработки груза, начиная от логистических операций и экспедирования, когда груз обрабатывается на складе, когда его сопровождает экспедитор или фрейт-форвардер. Эти технологии, они очень широко распространены в таможне, ну и, конечно, так сказать, когда сертифицируется груз, и о нем нужна какая-то информация, это тоже, так сказать, включается в эти средства. Я немножечко пропущу, и просто потому, что в конце покажу вам небольшой еще фильмик про тренажеры, поэтому несколько слайдов, я считаю, можно пропустить. Вот одним из примеров такого, с одной стороны, вроде простого, но очень эффективного и очень сейчас широко применяющегося и все более и более широко распространяющегося средства идентификации любых предметов, любых объектов, будем говорить, в транспортном процессе, как пассажиров, так и грузов, это так называемая радиочастотная идентификация или RFID, то есть Radio Frequency Identification Devices. Это так называемая, значит, ставится метка, так называемый таг, ставится метка на любой объект, в которой содержится информация об этом объекте, в каком он состоянии пребывает и так далее. Для примера, например, пассажир, который перевозит животное, его домашнее животное, его любимец может, в частности, находиться, например, в багажном вагоне, да, но, имея такую метку, имея вот способ радиочастотной идентификации, он в любой момент, пассажир, может получить информацию о своем питомце, где он находится, в каком состоянии, как он себя чувствует, какая температура. Это, конечно, такая, так сказать, довольно гуманная мера. Кроме того, радиочастотные метки очень широко применяются при идентификации грузов. пароходов, контейнеров, транспортных средств, ну и в том числе и пассажиров. Значит, вот эти радиоидентификационные метки могут совмещаться с билетом, и тогда, скажем, в составе, в поезде в каком-то железнодорожном всегда можно понять, где находится пассажир, определить, значит, если пассажир отстал, тоже по радиоидентификационной метке можно определить, значит, как ему изменить билет, куда направить. В туризме тоже, так сказать, вот широко используется, потому что группу легче собирать, проверить, кто ушел, кто пришел, кто находится и так далее. Значит, чем эти частотные метки еще, так сказать, отличаются от других средств идентификации и определения информации о каких-то объектах. Ну, всем известно, значит, в магазине мы встречаемся со штрих-кодированием, да, сейчас любой продукт, любой товар практически, значит, штрих-кодом кодируется и идентифицируется. Но дело в том, что штрих-кодирование и считывание этих штрих-кодов это на небольшом расстоянии, а радиочастотные метки, работать с ними возможно на большом расстоянии. Ну, интеллектуальной инновации не буду касаться. И еще, значит, с точки зрения, вот очень Кайт хорошо рассказывал о программном обеспечении в области логистики. Я бы еще привел с точки зрения использования на железнодорожном транспорте. Это два вида программного обеспечения, очень важного для логистов, работающих на своих местах. Это существующие у нас в России системы магистраль и этран. Это системы для определения стоимости транспортировки, для определения тарифов, для определения, значит, расстояний и соответствующих станций, если вы определяете, куда и как груз перевозить. Ну, про AnyLogic я уж упоминать не буду, тут даже вопросы задавали Оле Пека, вот эту, значит, моделирующую программу прекрасно разложил по полочкам и все прекрасно об этом рассказал. Теперь, значит, в качестве примера использования тренажеров я хочу вам продемонстрировать. Так, я хочу вам продемонстрировать небольшой клип. Это тренажер, который существует в Петербургском университете путей сообщения, но вы прочесть можете все это, но в Петербургском университете путей сообщения императора Александра I, крупнейший в Европе. Не знаю, как во всем мире, может быть, в Америке есть и крупнее, но в Европе крупнейший, 75 метров длина, на котором отрабатываются вопросы управления движением на станциях. Причем в режиме онлайн. То есть это все сопровождено соответствующими датчиками, соответствующими камерами слежения. Вот, например, так сказать, студенты сидят и отрабатывают график движения состава. Значит, все это вывозится на соответствующие дисплеи, видны маршруты, видны, так сказать, вот, элементы автоматизированных систем управления. Видите, станция находка, сидит девушка, которая отрабатывает навыки диспетчера.
Я диспетчер. Новинка. Состав назначения лишь сортировочный управление.
То есть ей задают задание, что на эту станцию прибывает грузовой поезд. Она отрабатывает для этой станции, значит, проблему принятия этого поезда и его отправки. Ну и есть, конечно, так сказать, центральный дисплей, на который выводятся результаты всех студентов, и преподаватель проверяет, и затем, так сказать, оценивает их работу, отмечает ошибки и делает выводы по их работе.
Диспетчер. Я диспетчер. Лужайка. Поезд 3102 прибыл на второй путь. Пропускаем встречных пассажиров. После прохода пассажирского отправляется 3102. Понятно.
Вот видите, ошибку допустила. Не на первый путь пассажирский поезд приняла. Все пассажирские поезда принимаются на первый путь. Видите, вот преподаватель указывает ей, что... Также представлена работа сортировочной станции.
Есть сортировочный. Поезд номер 3102 прибыл на второй путь. После обработки приступаем к расформированию. Составить контейнерный экспорт.
Контейнерный экспорт включает состав 1602.
Понятно.
Видите, контейнер на ту линию загнали, куда он должен, вот его отправляют в порт, он к тому составу и подцепили этот контейнер. Обращаю ваше внимание, что у нас даже есть линия скоростной железной дороги. Совсем недавно она появилась, примерно одновременно с введением Сапсана между Москвой и Санкт-Петербургом, для отработки в том числе и навыков по управлению высокоскоростным движением.
Новая поезд 3102 прибыл на четвертый путь. В составе контейнерный экспорт. Понятно. Поездной локомотив отправляется на станцию лишь сортировочный. Понятно, поездной локомотив отправляем лишь сортировочный.
Локомотив пошел на сортировочную, доставив контейнеры в порт. Видите, тут макет порта, прибывают контейнеры для железной дороги. Ну вот, пожалуй, все, что я сегодня хотел вам рассказать. Большое спасибо за внимание.
Many thanks for a very interesting presentation and the video. I think this kind of simulation labs are very important just to understand the real conditions and not only do it by book, but also in real cases to play it. Is there any comments, questions for presenter? Yes, please.
Я хотела задать вам такой вопрос. Скажите, пожалуйста, вот с 30-го года собираетесь ли вы студентов посвящать в доставку товаров и сбор информации через беспилотника? И второй вопрос. Обучение студентов онлайн.
Прошу прощения, микрофон, конечно. Я со второго вопроса начну. Конечно, мы стараемся обучать студентов в режиме онлайн. Я сказал, что вот, например, вот этот макет, это обучение управлению движением в режиме онлайн. Вы видели, там есть и пассажирские поезда, и поезда грузовые. И именно обучение, так сказать, вот для того, чтобы студенты умели отличать один от другого, потому что и проводка этих поездов идет немножко по-разному, да, потому что до сих пор все-таки пассажирские поезда, им отдается приоритет на маршрутах. И вот это все осуществляется в режиме онлайн. И это обучение мы делаем. Теперь, значит, насчет беспилотников и идентификация грузов с беспилотниками. Наверное, вы знаете, что, так сказать, при перевозке по своей стране, внутри страны, внутри России, там нет таких рисков, например, как в районе, значит, Суэцкого канала, да, вот этого Аденского залива, где пираты. Вот там беспилотники могут пригодиться, а здесь в России нет. Поэтому мы, конечно, не обучаем наших студентов использованию беспилотников.
Спасибо. Any other questions, comments? I'm just curious. Is your training center open also for the students of our schools? If those guys and girls who are studying logistics here in Valga, can we come to St. Petersburg to be trained in your center?
Конечно, любое дело, любой проект, он требует своей организации. Все зависит от количества, как вы понимаете. Значит, вот участников проекта, например, которые участвовали в каких-то мероприятиях, проводимых в Санкт-Петербурге, мы сделали экскурсию на центр, им показывали и так далее. А вот для обучения или для какого, это нужно, так сказать, специальный проект. Я приведу простой пример. Значит, когда в техникуме города Котки в Финляндии появился тренажер контейнерного перегружателя, значит, они для своих студентов так иногда обучали, а для стороны они сделали из этого проекта коммерческий. Брали на 2 недели на обучение, значит, и обучали крадовщиков на перегружателях, значит, в реальном масштабе. Это возможно, но требует, я говорю, проработки.
Конечно, спасибо. Any more questions, comments? If no, so thank you very much for this excellent presentation. Спасибо. Спасибо.
Спасибо.
Спасибо. Well, and we have also, like we have a free country project, we definitely have also very interesting experience from Latvia. We have Professor Alexander Medvedevs, who is coming from Riga Transport and Telecommunication Institute, and we will get very interesting experience from Latvia. So, floor is yours.
День добрый, уважаемые коллеги. Я сразу хочу обратить ваше внимание, что на презентации нет ни одной фамилии, потому что данная презентация – это результат работы целого коллектива. Если его здесь перечислять, то потребовалось бы не один слайд. У нас в институте, Институт транспорта и связи, имеется специальная лаборатория, лаборатория прикладных программных систем, и она создавалась и задумывалась именно в начале как своего рода обучающий элемент, то есть именно то, о чем предыдущие два докладчика говорили, то есть внедрение в учебный процесс, но со временем, после ее модернизации, она перешла на более, так скажем, высокий логический уровень. И опять же, так сложилось, что из трех презентаций получилось по нарастающей, да, с точки зрения использования информационных систем в обучении. И в настоящее время в этой лаборатории имеют возможность работать, повышать свои навыки, использовать имеющийся программный продукт не только бакалавры и магистры, но также это широко используется у нас в работе докторантов и в различных проектах. С рядом проектов, просто в качестве примера, хотелось бы вас и познакомить. Причем то оснащение, которое имеется у нас в лаборатории, вы видите, позволяет моделировать и исследовать практически все сферы, связанные именно с транспортной логистикой. И в настоящее время те существующие транспортные пути, коридоры зачастую работают уже не то что на пределе, а за пределами своих возможностей. И требуется правильное решение по их модернизации или, возможно, каких-то других изменениях. И вот вопрос, а насколько эффективно то или иное решение? И вот как раз подобные вещи и позволяет решать то программное оснащение, которое у нас в нашей лаборатории имеется. И вот в качестве примера просто несколько примеров на конкретных исследовательских задачах, которые мы в свое время решали. Первая задача – это вот как раз исследование эффективности модернизации нашего угольного терминала Рижского свободного порта. Была создана модель, здесь вы видите ее графическое представление, а также графика наложена на реальные объекты исследования. И в результате проведенных исследований было исследование, а что можно и как сделать, и что это даст, если, да, сколько можно новых причалов на существующих территориях, отведенных под Рижский порт, насколько можно повысить эффективность. И как видите, вот здесь вот кратко показан результат, что можно открыть 4 новых причала, оснастить 11 новыми кранами, и мало того, на территории этого порта также можно открыть и обработку контейнеров. Второй вариант – это уже связанная задача с исследованием наземного трафика, это вот как раз в рамках мультимодального коридора Латвия-Беларусь. И те, кто знаком с особенностью транспортной системы Латвии, прекрасно понимают, что сейчас трасса Рига-Даугавпилс, основной канал как раз выхода и в сторону Беларуси, и в сторону России, перегружен. И что делать и где наиболее важные и слабые места, вот как раз имитационные модели, составленные этого коридора, и позволили их обнаружить и предложить какие-то пути решения. И вот в качестве примера, опять же, исследовалась весь этот коридор, но просто в качестве примера одно из слабых мест в настоящее время – это путепровод по плотине Рижской ГЭС. Точно так же, вот вы видите результаты представления моделирования, визуализация и где, что и какие одни из самых слабых мест. А для того, чтобы создавать подобные модели, почему я взял именно этот вариант для презентации, одна из самых сложных задач современного моделирования – это сбор и систематизация данных. И для того, чтобы построить подобные модели, модель строилась примерно где-то 2 недели и апробировалась, то сборка и систематизация данных заняла более 4 месяцев. В результате еще один, как пример этого коридора, это, в общем-то, моделирование работы пограничного пропускного пункта по Патернике, через который идет основной поток в сторону Беларуси. Было несколько сценариев апробировано, и в результате сделаны были выводы о том, что и как можно было бы все это сделать. Причем в этих экспериментах, в сборе данных, систематизации привлекались не только преподаватели или магистранты, но уже начиная со 2-го курса студенты, обучающиеся по программам логистики и управления транспортным предприятием, принимали участие в работе этих проектов. То есть это как одна из иллюстраций внедрения современных высокотехнологичных и наукоемких продуктов в учебный процесс. Здесь чисто графическое представление результатов моделирования этих. И третий – это модель обработки багажа в Рижском аэропорту. Одна из проблем в современной гражданской авиации – это, к сожалению, неправильная обработка багажа с точки зрения, что загрузили не в тот самолет и отправили совсем в другую сторону. Пассажир летит в Париж, а его багаж в этот момент, может быть, следует в Пекин. Утеря багажа, чисто, опять же, проблема транзитных крупных хабов, когда багаж просто не доходит до самолета в транзитном аэропорту. Тоже была создана визуальная модель обработки багажа, был получен результат, и на основе этих результатов были даны конкретные рекомендации нашему Рижскому аэропорту по изменению отдельных элементов системы обработки багажа. Но так как очень ограничено время, поэтому, извините, может быть, за столь сжатый доклад Да? Потому что здесь о каждой модели, о каждом пакете можно делать целый ряд лекций, да, и уложиться в регламент времени порядка 7 минут, но очень и очень сложно. Спасибо за ваше внимание.
Thank you very much for a very interesting presentation, and we really see how actually you can use this kind of simulations in real life. So the example what you brought from Riga Harbor, it's actually explaining how you can actually save a lot of money in investments or putting investments in right place to make money out of it properly. So I think it's very practical what you just discussed us.
Это только 3 примера практического применения нашего имеющегося аппарата. Реально были созданы модели исследования, и по результатам этих моделей, вот одно из последних было предложение в Рижскую думу сделать одну из улиц города Риги пешеходной. И в результате моделирования этой улицы на сегодняшний момент это предложение отклонено, потому что это создаст громадные проблемы по трафику транспорта по центру Риги. Положительный момент, например, это модернизация транспортных путей в городе Лепое. То есть та сейчас существующая система именно транзита через Лепою, в основе лежат наши предложения именно по результатам моделирования.
Спасибо. Действительно очень интересно, в смысле, что я думаю, как раз города должны пользоваться таким моделированием, не делать только политические решения, как вы описали как раз, но и моделировать, что будет, если такое политическое решение будет введено. Так что понимать и будущее, перед будущим.
Ну, еще, может быть, маленький пример. Тоже те, кто знакомы с Ригой, знают, что один из новых мостов, Южный мост, и именно со стороны, ну, на правом берегу, достаточно мощная развязка. И когда еще только создавался проект этого моста, нам удалось смоделировать с учетом роста трафика транспортных средств в этом регионе. И мы заранее предупреждали о 2 слабых местах, с которыми мы сейчас реально сталкиваемся. 2 светофора, которые в час пик тормозят и создают пробки. Об этом мы предупреждали несколько лет еще до того, как начали строить этот мост.
Спасибо. Questions, comments from the audience? Everybody is happy. У меня вопрос. Сколько, вот, например, такое моделирование, ну, вот насчет, я не знаю, проект, например, насчет этого водохранилища, там дорога. Если я, как мэр города, к вам пришел и спросил, сколько это будет стоить?
Я не зря сказал, что у нас во всех этих проектах принимают участие не только ученые, но и магистранты, и бакалавры. И за счет привлечения студентов, во-первых, тех же самых логистов, мы показываем их практическую значимость профессии, а во-вторых, бесплатная рабочая сила. И эти проекты вот на все, та же самая Лепая, тот же самый Рижский порт, тот же самый Южный мост, был тендер. И наш институт эти тендеры выиграл.
Ясно. Тогда я буду искать из рапортов тендеров ваши цены. Спасибо.
Ждем ваших предложений.
Спасибо. Thank you. Спасибо.
Спасибо.
Well, we have learned how valuable is the simulation and modeling, and now we go to the practical life. And for the local, discuss the local questions in our the third section about the Valga railway junction and logistical hub development. We have two presentations around it, and first is coming from our next neighbor country, from Finland, Professor Olli-Pekka Hilmola from Lappeenranta University of Technology. And he will give us an overview about the development of transport systems in Northern Europe. So, Professor Hilmola, floor is yours.
Thank you. It's my honor to be here. Without going to these details of this, let's say, given subject or topic, I will give you a small joke because it has been a long day. 14 years ago, I was an exchange student somewhere in Eastern Europe, in some institute, in some university. And in the wall of the university, every day I went to laboratory to see my mates. And laboratory wall, there was a phrase, or this kind of phrase, yes. In real life, everything works, but no one knows why. And in our institute or university, we know everything, how it should work, but nothing works. And our new paradigm or new innovation is that we will combine these two both. We combine these together. And what is the end result? You can think about that. It can be a complete disaster or it can be breakthrough. So just to add for today's discussion about how to renew, let's say, educational system and so on. And it's funny that I'm in practical session. I'm actually, let's say, boring researcher. Of course, I have had during the years a lot of opportunity to, every year I have collaborated with industries, with external funding bodies and so on. This year and last year I have more focused on Baltic states as a corridor and how it is growing and how Finnish industries could use it. And the funny thing is that even if Finnish economy is declining, European economy is declining, Finnish import is declining, Finnish export is declining, transportation to or from of Tallinn is increasing every month. Even last month, Tallinn-Silja reported that 12% more trucks than previous year. So, funny thing. So there must be some other things happening now in Northern Europe than only this recession. There is happening some structural change which will change the, let's say, game how we play it. Industries will transform, industries will be profitable, but they will change the way they do it. And earlier, for example, from Finland, export was really straightforward, for example, to Europe or US. It was mostly implemented with very expensive sea transport, but the idea was to have a high speed. Same thing like what Tallink is offering between Helsinki and Tallinn. And this, of course, requires a lot of fuel. But when you have a huge turnaround, your capital is saved, your labor is saved, you are much more productive in those regards, and let's say end result is good product. But I have been talking about this for, I don't know, for 2-3 years already. I think this is maybe my 100th presentation from the topic. We will have next year in January, this sulfur oxide regulation will take off in Baltic Sea region. And it will mean that we have to use same clean diesel in sea vessel what we are using in cars. And that diesel is much more expensive than what we are currently using. So sea transport will become very expensive. Not awfully expensive, but it will be more expensive, and hinterlands will be prospering in forthcoming years. It is the end result. It wasn't the intention, but it will be the end result. We already see it. You already see it in Estonia. Everywhere trucks. Everywhere. Then there are, of course, discussion about, for example, in Baltic Sea region that yes, but shipping is green. But if you take, for example, this kind of ro-ro ships, which are carrying trucks, whatever the distance is, this is from real research, from real data, they consume everything between 30 to 50% from total cost is only fuel. And this fuel is now getting dearer. It depends how much dearer. It could be 40%, 50%. It could be even 100% dearer. So it means that we cannot anymore rely on this formula that we will give everything free for shipping and shipping can emit as much as possible. It will change anyway. And our, let's say, distribution system will change as well. I have just some shipping companies I have gathered from Finland, just profit and loss statements. You can see, for example, Finnlines in 2004, it was below 10% what they invested to, let's say, purchases to fuel. In 2012, it was 33%. If you take another shipping company here at the very bottom, ASL Shipping, bulk shipper, again, 10% from revenue in 2003 and 2012, nearly 30%. So fuel has already becoming dear, and with these kind of new regulations, for example, sulfur oxide regulation starting next year, it will become more dear. Then we have nitrogen is in the pipeline. They will try to remove nitrogen from ships as well, and I think Baltic Sea will be one of the laboratories again. And this sulfur regulation is, again, back to the main topic, is only implemented as harsh or strict in Baltic Sea region, in North Sea, then in English Channel, and the coastal area, east coast of North America. Elsewhere, you can still have this old polluting culture, and you don't need to care. You don't have cost implications. But I don't know why, but in late 2000, 2007, we decided in UN conference to do this. And during this year, I have been in, let's say, more on research side. And in one research article, we were forced to take, let's say, help from North America because typically when you try to publish in really good journals, it is really difficult to get in. And in here, it was the case as well. And one American professor or dean actually helped us and also contributed to the research a bit. And Dana Rhodes this dean made a good remark that look, for example, North American East Coast, how small amount is handled in seaports. And if you compare this to Baltic Sea, in Baltic Sea region, we are concentrated on seaports. In Finland, I think we have 23 or 24 seaports which you can access throughout the year, even winter time. Russia has been enlarging their St. Petersburg seaports a lot. I think it's 200 million tons already. Last presentation we saw Riga enlarging again to coal handling. Then if you go to Tallinn, Port of Tallinn, it is 35 million tons, even 40 in a good year. But if you look American configuration, America is something what will happen to Europe in long term, because we will be unified in long term. There is no reversal at sight. And it doesn't mean that a good thing for shipping, for short sea shipping, if you think about it. If I take, for example, New York numbers, they are much more below than St. Petersburg numbers. They are something like, is it 100 and maybe 40 million tons? So it is not so big. And domestically, it is not so much what is handled in a seaport. So it is something for us to, let's say, look at. And what is strong in US is this hinterland transport and especially railways. So I predict that in long term in Europe, as well as in Russia, as well as in Belarus, Ukraine, everywhere, we will have more this kind of long distance transport. It will come because we cannot be separated for a long time. And this is one possible scenario. If shipping is having more and more regulations and more taxes and more cost, it will become less competitive. And then hinterland transport, railways, road will be becoming more popular, sorry to say. And why I'm making so big fuss about this sulfur regulation is this price difference between this ultra clean diesel as well as this dirty diesel what we are using today. In Baltic Sea region we are using 1%, but elsewhere it is 3.5%. The price difference is not stable, it is dynamic, so it can be really devastating. Now it is something like 50%, but it can be even 200%. We are going to be under huge pressure in shipping because of this. And already 2011, one researcher from Central Europe predicted that quite much of this short sea shipping heading to Baltic states is going to be, let's say, taken away from short sea shipping, and then it's going to go to hinterlands, to trucks. And I think Notteboom was completely right. It has already happened, and it is already happening. So in Finland, they asked from shipping community, how you next year, will you buy this cleaner scrubber, rikkipesuri, or will you start to use this expensive fuel? Nearly all are going to face this new regulationary era by using this sulfur-free fuel. Same thing here. Here are included some Norwegian shippers as well. Same thing, clean fuel, more costs. Of course, already illustrate you that oil is dearer and dearer. So these days of that the oil barrel is 20, they are over. They will never come back. And then you might start to ask that how much dearer shipping will become. It depends what is your cost structure. I showed you that in Ro-Ro shipping the costs, let's say fuel costs are somewhere here, but in dry bulk it is somewhere here, but increasingly in this end. And here is that if we have this price difference only, if the diesel markets are not going to overheat in January, this is the end result, how much it will increase. From 5% to 20% higher freight rates. But I assume that some kind of small overheating in diesel markets will happen in next year. And my, let's say, own professional estimate is that from 8% to 50% is the proper area, how much freight rates will increase at the Baltic Sea region. And it is a lot. It will kill many bulk industries. Many awful things happening. So then maybe some students who are left here, maybe 2 or 3, maybe you can ask that why so big hush about shipping? Shipping has been tax-free industry forever. The fuel has been tax-free, but if you think about cars, trucks, we have to use tax-adapted fuel, diesel. If you go to railways, even in European Union, this is harmonized. We have to pay taxes even from diesel used in railways. So these taxes are fixed and they are protecting these transportation modes. But if you go to shipping, they don't have any taxation. So when this raw material price will increase, it is going to be very harsh, very big change. In road transport, you will not see that big, some kind of increase if we are in this neighborhood. Let's say the road transportation prices, this is based on Finnish tax code, it will increase a bit, but not that much. Same thing in a railway case, if you are using diesel fraction. And currently, for example, from Finland, our main roads are through Sweden, through Baltic states, Estonia, and then directly Germany. I think what will happen is that the Sweden will, let's say, decrease further, and this Baltic states road will increase further and further. We will have a lot of trucks next year as well. And direct link to Germany, it will be in some Ro-Ro ships, but even yesterday, Finnlines, which is one of the leading operators in Ro-Ro in Finland and the Baltic Sea, they announced that they will take down one ship from a German road because they cannot, let's say, they cannot tolerate the extra costs happening next year. So they laid off something like 50 or 60 persons yesterday, announced layoffs. And problem in your case is this, that this Baltic states road, it is heavily relied on trucks and semi-trailers. Something should be done. It is not sustainable. And funny thing again is that this Estonian, let's say, freight to and from Estonia, in general cargo, trucks, containers, but basically trucks and semi-trailers, it is continuously increasing, and it's really predictable between Finland and Estonia. It is really predictable. If you look Germany, high fluctuation. Again, Sweden, high fluctuation and basically decreasing. Germany, a bit increasing in last 5 years, but if you have another recession, it will start to decrease again. But look, Estonian road. Clear, continuous increase all the time. And this is, earlier they were a bit laughing for this because the volumes were so small. But nowadays, all the big logistics companies are really interested about this road because it's increasing. It is so favorable. And you can build all of kind of, let's say, regression models when, for example, Estonia will bypass Sweden. I will personally forecast that it will happen early on next year. You are already having more trucking units to and from Finland than what Sweden is having. But your trucks are, of course, your load what you can use in Estonian roads and Latvian roads is much more lower. But you already have more trucks. And here is one example. This is from Tallink-Silja. This is from public records. You can see that trucking volumes, they have, I don't have the latest month, but I can again bring you good news that it increased. We had a couple of months going a bit decline to Estonian direction in Tallink-Silja, but they were of course increasing in annual perspective. But I think last month was the highest truck rate ever in Tallink-Silja. And think about it, it is double to year 2009. It is double. It is a lot. And earlier in Finland, of course, we have many companies who are really tied on Sweden. Their ownership is in Sweden, or their major customer is in Sweden. Look what has happened to Swedish trucking volumes. No progress, decline. It is not competitive anymore. So, let's say, stiff regulations to working time, not cheap trucking as what we have in Eastern Europe and so on. It is tremendous change what has happened. It is it is like a similar kind of thing what is happening now with Russian trade of Finland, that it is declining. It is as significant as this Swedish thing. But again, interesting that the companies in the end, they always survive from the crisis. But governments, they have problems. But companies always survive. They will find the ways to cut costs and find profitable roads, profitable ways to make money with their, let's say, factory networks and so on. And this is one change what is now happening. And I think you should take a good look on it and somehow, municipality level or at the school level, to be prepared for this. It is only my, let's say, research chamber message to you all here at Valga. And if you look, for example, trade issues, trade with Baltic states and Poland, Finnish trade, import-export, it is growing much more than German or Swedish trade. So again, we have a trade also in behind. You have a good road to Central Europe and also a good road to even to Turkey. You should think about think about emerging markets. Turkey is important, for example, in paper consumption. And this is growing. Still, Baltic states and Polish trade of Finland is growing, and we are still making some, let's say, surplus. If you think about German trade, Finland, it is awful. If you think about Russian trade, it is similar kind of figure, but double. So it is, I think, minus 5 billion nowadays. And Swedish trade, even that is becoming deficit. But Baltic states and Poland is still hanging. This is still beneficial for Finland as a country. And then we have this, let's say, really good progress in let's say, logistical flows as well. So here I'm concluding what I have already said is that companies are nowadays they are so huge pressure, they cannot anymore add more, let's say, add more to the prices and products. We are in depression, we have to admit that. And in depression, we have always deflation. So prices are coming down. So you have to find alternatives which are cheap. And this is one of the, let's say, ways to make distribution a bit cheaper. Of course, it is not environmentally friendly, but it is basically this growth has born because of environmental regulation, but maybe it wasn't the intention of sulfur regulation that we will have a booming trucking market in Baltic states, but it is actually happening. And of course, because you have a Russia close by, you can have a cheaper oil, diesel oil used in trucks and so on. And I think we have a once the flows come, they don't disappear that rapidly. They will be there for a long time. Of course, this environmental aspect is really difficult to tackle. I think you should develop your railway product, all Baltic states together. Railway product for Northern Europe industries. And here is just an illustration. In 2013, Helsinki-Tallinn RoRo didn't grow because this Hanko-Paldiski was brought. But this grew more than 200%. This year, Helsinki-Tallinn is again at a growth mode. And Hanko-Paldiski is growing. And remember that we are in recession. GDP in Finland is declining, I think in Estonia is declining. These should be declining, these numbers. So there is something happening, something else than only economy. And I don't go to 10, I will give you 1 or 2 minutes for, I have given a thought to what will happen to Finnish-Russian freight transport after the sulfur regulation. Raw material imports, for example, wood imports to Finland by rail, I think it will be negative. Of course, it depends a lot in the transport tariffs, a lot in the price of raw material in Russian side. But basically, our bulky industries in Finland, they are in trouble next year because all of those products which are costing less than €1 per kilogram, like pulp and paper, they are all having really, really difficult times. Same thing in some raw materials like iron and so on, iron ore. And then raw material transit export through Finland, some negative, even neutral. They're now making a proposal in Finnish government. Our prime minister proposed that we should decrease these fairway dues. It will benefit these raw material ships. So maybe this will stay. Maybe it will be, the cost will be nearly the same as before because government intervenes. Container car import of Russia through Finland, maybe neutral. It is already, let's say, it has already declined so much. Finnish export to Russia, I think it will be really positive because our main competitors, Sweden and Germany, they will be hurt more because they have to use sea transport or then hinterlands. But the sea transport is especially becoming expensive, so we will be a bit more competitive. Russian export to Finland, oil by sea, I think it's neutral. It is bulk anyway. Then what about Valga, Estonia? I think your wood industry, sawn mills, I think it will be positive. You don't have this sulfur regulation will not hurt you. You will be more competitive. And then raw material imports, for example, from Russia or East, I think it will be positive. Then raw material transit export through Estonia, oil, which is extremely important for you. Slightly negative, but I think you still have key issues. You are in the EU area and you have storage facilities available. Then container and car import of Russia through Estonia and other eastern countries. I think it's still, there is still some growth available, but this especially in hinterland option. And Estonian export to Russia, I think it's same thing like in Finland, it could be even positive. So, funny thing. And I would like to, in the really end, I would like to illustrate you, maybe you cannot see this, but even if, I think in Estonia you are neighbor country to Finland and we are all a bit introverts, we don't make so big loud of our achievements. But I think in logistics sector in Estonia is doing well still today. This is, I took this from Port of Tallinn webpage. Still, first 7 months, you were having some growth, nearly 1% growth. And look, what is the biggest growth area? It is containerized transport, transit containers as well as your home market. It is growing. You have very good transport products to Russia and other eastern countries using block trains. That is really advantage. And it is still growing. You don't have any recession in container transport. I was even looking, let's say, monthly numbers. They are still growing. And same thing in Roro, only oil is a bit declining, but not big decline. So you don't have, still you don't have nothing to worry about. This is, if you are interested, you can take my presentation. You still see that containers are still on growth, even monthly basis. And then you have this passenger transport, for example, with Finland and other countries, it is still on growth. So this is something which you should look at. I think Finns and Swedes, our neighbors, we are still visiting Tallinn, but I think these longer distance options like Valga, you should just market more. It is nothing else. Sorry I took more time than I should have done, but I'm open for your questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for a very interesting presentation and showing us trends and also influences of various factors to the logistics sector. Is there any kind of questions you'd like to ask? So we understand that actually the environmental question, the sulfur directive, is changing a lot of things actually. So my question is just that as it was pushed by the European Commission, did they understand it at all what they are doing? Or was there some modeling before it?
I would like to say that I was in some ministerial panel, and I asked in ministerial panel in Finland maybe 2 years ago, I asked that, do you have any calculator at the ministry? And I was nearly thrown out from the meeting. But you don't need to even simulator, you can have such calculator is enough. Good businessman, if you meet those people who make a lot of money, you make a lot of money, they always have small calculator. They always calculate what is beneficial. And in European Union and in European Union, as well as in country level, we were too abstract. We were too blinded for this green movement in 2005 and 6 and 7, when economy was still growing. And we made really, let's say, in retrospective, entirely wrong decision. It will hurt. Maybe Estonia will benefit, but many places it will be devastating end results.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. There's a question.
Well, I have a question about transport between Finland and Sweden. Well, some years ago there were ferries taking trains on board, and railway gauge was changed on the ferry when the ferries were going between Finland and Sweden, so the trains could continue on another gauge right away. Now I hear that this system is not operating anymore.
No, it's closed.
So what happened there? Was it really not profitable, this kind of thing? But it was, I think it worked very well in those days.
Earlier we had connections to Germany and Sweden and these rail ships, but I showed you in my presentation, all goes back to this figure and what I explained with the oil price. If you think when they started to be unprofitable, they started to be unprofitable when oil price started to increase. So they were profitable, they were still functional here when oil was $20 per barrel. But they consume so much diesel oil that it is nonsense. Sorry to say. I have been even thrown out from some Finnish meeting when I said this with railway people that it is nonsense. You don't dream about it. If government gives support, it might function, but in business-wise, it is not functioning. This ferry, which was serving between Stockholm and Turku, it was transferred as truck ferry. And wait for next year, this ferry will come close to you.
Okay, yeah, пожалуйста.
Я даже не знаю, это вопрос прозвучит или... Сегодня мы знаем, статистика говорит, фуры стоят на границах с Польшей, фуры стоят у вас, Фуры стоят в Эстонии, везде и всюду. Это при той блестящей возможности, что прибалтийские государства, в том числе и наша Латвия, в 2025 году закончит электрификацию железных дорог, и экологически чистый транспорт, работающий круглосуточно, имеющий такие возможности в перевозке любого груза. Быть может, настала пора сесть за стол переговоров и прийти к единому мнению. Даже Афганистан сегодня строит 200 километров путей, несмотря на то, что у них перенасыщение автоперевозками.
Yeah, I can translate that. The question was that there are long queues of trucks in almost every border of European Union to Russia. So the question was, is it worth to think more about rail transportation between European Union and Russia?
Of course. And in Estonia, if you check your railway company, they have really, I think, 3 times a week train to Moscow. Once in a week to Kaluga, block train, container train. And that is the reason why your container transport is still growing. Think about it, it's still growing. We are at a recession. You have really strong product over there. We have even sanctions, and it is still growing.
Thank you. Any other questions? My question is just I just take this opportunity to ask it that if there is such a huge amount of trucks are going from Finland to Estonia and mainly through Estonia further to Europe, what is the solution? Because this enormous number of trucks is definitely very attractive, but for the environment and for the roads is pretty heavy burden. So do you foresee that already having this kind of number of trucks, if those cargo or containers what now carried by the trucks are put to the trains and sent to Europe, is it already as business or should it still be supported by the government? What is the balance when it's already starting to be profitable?
If you talk about putting trucks, semi-trailers to railway wagons in Estonia...
No, I mean cargo, not cars themselves.
But if you put, for example, semi-trailers, which basically means you don't have wagons. You don't have wagons at the Baltic stage which could serve. You should invest in wagons. But problem is that your railway companies are not seeing this as a profit opportunity. I have tried, I have even, in the beginning of this year, I was even presenting this idea for some directors in Tallinn. And they of course identified, but I don't know why, maybe this eastern transit is much more, maybe it's much more stable. Somehow this north-south is missing, somehow. But if you think about in Europe, what is growing is south-north transport, from Mediterranean to north, from Greece to north. Look, the railway company in Greece, it was nearly bankrupt. The director of that company is coming from US, and he is now relying on growth, container transport growth. And look, Greece, how much railway system in Greece transports nowadays containers. It is huge growth, what is happening there.
So
and we still are thinking too much old style that everything should go to Rotterdam and then from Rotterdam to Tallinn. Why we shouldn't use this direct link?
Okay, so the planned Rail Baltic can be the answer?
Yes, but again, you need to have a common understanding and common objective, you know.
Okay, so at least there is, but my question is there at least enough cargo for this planned Rail Baltic?
I think you will. I will tell you, I have been this year and last year I have been researching a lot this truck transport between Finland and Estonia. And most of these trucks are still serving our own trade, our, for example, country national trade, or then industrial, let's say, flows. But now what is growing is this international trade and transport. And it starts from very, let's say, low ground. And when it starts to grow, you will see a lot of trucks. Sorry to say. I'm not a friend of trucks, but trucking is the final solution for this. This environment where no one is able to do any investments or take, let's say, big stakes.
Except for governments.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions, comments? If no, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
It was a very interesting presentation. Thank you. That's very good. Well, now we have a last presentation, and this is coming from the local person, mayor of city of Valga, Mr. Kalev Härk, and he'd like to present us the developmental challenges of Valga rail and road junction. So, floor is yours.
Good colleagues, good participants of conference, you are heroes, you are still here. And I try to be an aspect of regional, about developing the transportation. Of course, we are very proud about our situation, and we still Valga in between the east and west, and also the north and the south, and we see a lot of potential in this position. But we here now see also a lot of political problems and misunderstanding. Not even only the EU and Russia, but also between Estonia and Latvia, and maybe between the regions and our capitals. I talk when you. To imagine what is Valga, some numbers. We are together and we try to be together every time. About 20,000 people here, and still one of the biggest cities in Estonia or Latvia, if we taking it together. 20,000 in the context of Estonia and Latvia is, by the amount of population, the 7th or 9th place in our government, our countries. Still we have here lots of industry, and we're happy that after the reconstruction of our entrepreneurship from the Soviet times to nowadays system, we still have almost all sectors of the industry. It's a food industry, metal industry, wood industry, textile, also ICT companies and etc. That means we have here not only a good point to grow through, but we have here about the industries, but we still has connections about bulk materials or some goods to send to our clients or so on. So it's one point. The second point is our history and railway systems. Here is a brief story about how railways in the Baltic states and Estonia grew up. And in the good days, hundreds of years ago, it was so that when it's 5 different routes through Valga goes to a railway. Not only the 15-20 millimeter gauge railways, but also these were the narrow gauge railways. And you see that Valga and lots of our places here in this region were major logistical points. Today we have also lots of crossroads and roads. Now, for example, here we told about the roads and the trucks. Here we have here the Ansatika road, for example, to Riga, Lübeck, Riga, Valmiera, Valga, and the St. Petersburg is endpoint. We know that Via Balticus is still existing parallelly to this road. And we have here Rail Baltic today. The second stage Rail Baltic is already we did, and we reconstruct our railways in the speed of 120 kilometers per hour, and Latvia will do it in next year, the same. So it looks very, very good. Still we have here the passenger trains, and to 2 directions to Riga and to Tallinn from Valga, 3 times per day goes passenger train. And okay, today from Valga to Tallinn we can go by 3 hours and 16 minutes. It's at 250 kilometers to go. It's almost the same time to go by car, but it's comfortable to go. Today Valga Riga is 3.5 hours. And after Latvia ends the construction of the railways and also has the new trains, I think we can decrease this time dramatically. We think it can be the 1.5 hour. That means that we are in very good position now. You still see the 4 airports in the area of 200 kilometers. Riga, Tallinn, you know, But Tartu is also the international airport. Through Vinnar you can go everywhere in the world. And also it's growing the Pskov airport. It's also going to be, or already have the possibilities to have international flights. So if you're looking at all these things, we are very good position. But what we have here in this picture, not so good, is the borders. Borders here for Russia and Estonia, Russia and Latvia, and also Russia, border for Latvia and Estonia. And it makes not only a border, we can maybe not remark the border in Valga, you only see the posts, but administratively it means that the regulations and limitations and money don't cross the borders. Ideas don't cross the borders, and all agreements can pass the borders. It's also. My proposals is at first to reconsider our system of railways, and my first point, maybe a little irritative now, it's why we need the new Rail Baltic line. We don't need it. We have still existing lots of railways in this region. We already did lots of reconstruction. Yeah, of course, we must do something more. Now, for example, for this money, 500 million euros, it's the only part that Estonia must put on this project. We can do something more, something different, something alternative. For example, we can build the second line between the Tallinn and Tartu. For example, we can electrify our railways. As was said here that, about the lady, that the electrification is one solution for fuel consumption, also the CO2 emission and so on. It's one possibility. Even we have here the not very good used line. It's a Valga-Koidula. It's historically was one part of St. Petersburg, Pskov, Riga railway, and also to Warsaw. We don't use it now. Absolutely don't use it. Okay, the second thing, if you have put some money to our existing railway connections, also we can consider about the second ideas. We knew that Estonia is still not connecting our islands. Our bigger major island, Saaremaa, needs to have a bridge. Let's put some part of this 5 million euros to this project. Or let's do it same, but we did it 100 years ago. We had here connection between the Pärnu and Valga. Okay, why it's needed? One idea was so that if we have a connection, Tallinn, Tapa, Petseri, Valga, Pärnu, we have here our own system of transportation. We can more logically organize a logistics system for a passenger or freight inside of Estonia. Today we are a closed system, and every railway goes to a border and back. Not where our own systems are working now. And of course, in this upon this Lappeenranta University presentation idea, maybe we must foster our developments about the Helsinki-Tallinn tunnel, maybe. But not we need the new Rail Baltic line in through Pärnu or something else. We don't need extra railways here in this region. What we can do here in Valga and in Estonia-Latvia cooperation. At first we have, as I told already, we have 3 times per day in both directions the passenger train. Here are time schedules. And there are some examples how we can do it if we do it together. Of course, at this point we don't have in Latvia the same quality trains, but will be in Latvia also. And then you see in this railway station two trains together. It's a Latvian train, it's a Estonian train. But I think, and I'm optimist, that after the second 2 or 3 years, we can do it so, but in one day, from Riga starts a train, it stops in Valmiera, in Valga, in Tartu, and in Tallinn, and from Tallinn starts another train, and it's those same, but in quote opposite. It's not meaningful is it Estonian train or Latvian train? We can do it together. If you calculate it together with calculator, we can see that no extra cost will be. Only we need to have agreement, but we do it together. And both countries are involved in this project. The second task is about the Riga-St. Petersburg line. Historically it was, but in 1998 the existing passenger train stopped because the border issues. The train passenger didn't want to have a twice border crossing. It was at first they gonna pass and have a passport checking in Valga, in Latvian-Estonian border, and the second checking was in the Russian-Estonian border. Now we don't need the twice of checking. We have Schengen, and even we can do it on the train, just on the train, like it in the Tallinn-Moscow train will planned. So I see that now is a good time to go back to the historical passenger line, Riga-St. Petersburg, and what we have then. We have 160 kilometers less to go by the train, and also the time will be more than 1 hour less than nowadays. And even if we have a better quality routes here, railways, here from Riga to Valga, and the next year we have, and also we can reconstruct the Valga-Koidula line, and also I expect that Russia has plans to reconstruct their railways. We can go with maybe by the 4 hours. 5 hours. It's all possible. And still we don't need any new railway. We can use the existing railways in this region. And the third connection and third task is here is very local. We have here, and we agreed with our Valga partners that we gonna develop our common railway bus station. And of course, if you're looking at the map, and here is the border of Estonia and Latvia, and here's the downtown of Valga, and here is the Valga side, and railway station is little bit far from the downtown of both cities. But existing Latvian side nearest Lugaši station is even more far from the downtown. It's about 3-4 kilometers to go in the near of the city. That means that if we plan together to have this connection between the downtowns, our common downtown, to our station of railway station in better quality, that means better roads for passenger, parking lots, maybe some rental cars, electrical cars or bicycles here, also some restrooms more. We can use it more effectively together, and I hope it will be in the next year or two when the Lugaši station is not anymore at use, and Valga has a common railway station as it was hundreds of years before. So that is all very simple things to talk to you, but of course we need to make lots of work to achieve these tasks. And maybe this conference helps us to rethink about the logistics in this area, rethink about using the trains and train capabilities, and also thinking about our future cooperation. Thank you for you.
Thank you. Is there any questions, comments to Mr. Mayor? Yes, a lot of questions. Понятно, сразу. Okay, we start from here. Yeah, okay.
Thank you. So it's more a comment. If you have this task number 2, yes, good. I think there is a slight mistake. So this train, Riga-St. Petersburg, from Riga goes to Daugavpils first.
No. I got this from Latvian Gelsel's plans and yeah.
The problem is that, from St. Petersburg, 2 trains start together. It's St. Petersburg-Riga and St. Petersburg-Vilnius.
There are 2 trains, Rainer.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Anyway, so it's what was my meaning was it's not only time, but it's also money. Because, for example, so right now it's possible to travel between Riga and St. Petersburg by bus practically. It's something 30-35 euros. A train ticket in the train between Riga and St. Petersburg is 3 times more. So it's common, but the economy really should be, we should do something because, train is more efficient and more convenient to travel. But for some reason, I don't know, so something should be done here. And it's a pity, really, we don't have representatives of railways here from Russia, Latvia, and Estonia, as we planned earlier. Perhaps there would be found some solution in cooperation with those organizations.
My comment to your
so
comment
it's a comment.
is there are also possibility to travel by plane from Riga to St. Petersburg, and it even costs more and more. To every train or every bus or plane has different clients, different. But we see here that 2 billion people cities, and I think to every solution there are existing clients.
Okay, thank you. There is a question.
Поскольку затронули Rail Baltic, я хотела задать вопрос такого порядка. В свое время 6 государств договорились, миллиарды посчитали, что будет проходить эта трасса, да, которая практически пройдет через все столицы. Но мы знаем, что в последнюю минуту, это официальные данные, Литва изменила курс. Она решила соединить под этот проект Вильнюс через Каунас. В соответствии с этим, не есть ли обида 2 государств, Эстонии и Латвии, назовем так, немножко проучить Латвию, потому что сегодня все больше и больше говорят о Rail Baltic 2, который уже пройдет мимо нас. Не получится ли так, что через несколько лет мы, как страны, скажем, которые не имеют много ресурсов, зная, что туризм это занимает не последнее место, не будем ли мы жалеть о том, что мы упустили такую возможность? Скоростная магистраль.
Я думаю, что нет. Если мы смотрим на этот проект, тогда мы видим, что там скоростной поезд это вчерашнего дня. 200 километров в час это уже Европа или Китай, это не скоростной поезд, это уже обычный поезд. И я вижу, что если мы будем и сумеем реконструировать нашу железную дорогу, экзистирующую, на 160 километров на час, это уже скоростной на нашем регионе. И как мы видим, здесь я положил на карту тоже тот же идею, где Rail Baltica на экзистирующей линии. И я согласен с этим, что надо соединить все столицы балтийских стран. Это здесь возможно. Как мы видим, это Каунас здесь, но соединяющую линию можно строить, и это не будет так дорого. Это будет проще, чем построить абсолютно новую линию, которую мы не знаем, сколько это будет стоить.
Thank you. Спасибо. Yeah.
My question or just comment is that between Helsinki and St. Petersburg there has been for several years operational this Allegro train, and maybe it is something which you can look at, maybe not necessarily directly copying, but it is always beneficial if there is new technology and it is implemented. So there is this nearly high-speed technology between St. Petersburg and Helsinki, Allegro. It will take 3.5 hours roughly to Helsinki from that. From my city, Kouvola, it will take 2 hours and 20 minutes. And it has been popular, it has been successful. And maybe there is something you can look at in technical side because it has been already been tested, you know. Just comment, yes?
Of course, but I still believe that we can use this kind of high-speed technology on existing route. Of course, we must reconstruct parts of this railway, but we can do it in the same route, not to do extra one parallel route.
Okay, yeah, no question?
I just want to make a comment for what it's worth about not the trains or the lines, about the railway stations. I notice, and we're talking about tourism growing in this region, we have all these gorgeous, beautiful railway buildings, station buildings, that are ghost buildings. I cannot buy a bottle of water in Valga airport, railway station. Why not commercially advertise to rent them out? Do like what they do in North America. This is not true for Tartu and Tallinn, but we're talking about just two cities in Estonia. And I'm sure it's happening in every little, beautiful buildings, better buildings than we have in North America. They're ghost towns, they have a washroom. Why are people having to pay to use the washrooms as well? It's a necessity. They're paying their fare. This is a happen abroad.
Yes, of course. But I understand you. If you can answer this question, we tried several times to achieve the renters to our just renewed railway station. But I don't know what is wrong. They don't come. We had two negotiations with some businesses who want to start the coffee, to provide the coffee some fast food. But they missed, we go out, I don't know what they don't like. Maybe one of the strategies now is to make in the railway station more events. It's maybe you start even concerts, even some meetings, to show that the railway station is alive. There is the clients, there are people, and maybe where I can attract some businesses to go in and provide some food and coffee. It's our strategy now.
I think the most important event will be when train is arriving, actually.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, yeah.
A little comment in continue of Ole-Pekka information. You see, it seems to me that, including Rail Baltica, growth corridor, many difficulties in development of railway junctions and railway traffic in Baltic states, it is the object of conversation, object of agreements. As an example, you see, our high-speed Allegra, it's, you see, it even our customs was attracted in order to make this joint between Helsinki and St. Petersburg as quick as possible. They sit in St. Petersburg and they leave the train in Viborg, you see? No any passenger need any border formalizations and no border operations in order to pass the border. So you see, many things now are decisions in the sphere of agreements and in the sphere of conversations.
Yeah, I agree.
I agree also.
Yes. Yes, please.
У меня еще один небольшой комментарий. К сожалению, так сказать, на карте Rail Baltica даже Калининградская область выглядит таким, так сказать, пятном, которое, по сути дела, Rail Baltica объезжает. Я хотел бы просто прокомментировать, что существует на, так сказать, пространстве вот этого прибалтийского, существует Балтийский железнодорожный совет, который объединяет прибалтийские железные дороги, соответственно, Октябрьскую железную дорогу, и в том числе Калининградскую железную дорогу, и, возможно, так сказать, через них было бы интересно, как инструмент такой, так сказать, реализации части этих проектов, касаемо и вокзалов, и, так сказать, развития железнодорожных путей, развивать. Потому что, конечно, инструмент есть, его надо использовать. Спасибо.
Может, мой комментарий на это. Я очень тщательно искал карту, где все железные дороги на одном карте. Знаете, я не нашел. Я не знаю, почему они так делаются, но, как вы видите, на этой карте не все железные дороги.
Пожалуйста.
Простите, я задам вопрос на русском. Меня интересуют цифры. Значит, первое. Мне хотелось бы знать, какова протяженность в километрах эстонской железной дороги, вот латвийской 2265, да? Это первый вопрос. Второе, вы упомянули вот 500 миллионов евро, да, Rail Baltic. Это будет потрачено на какой участок пути? Это именно, так я понимаю, по Эстонии, да? И третий вопрос. Вообще, вот протяженность всей дороги Rail Baltic, ее примерная стоимость, если можно.
Точно не знаю. Я могу ответить вам потом. Я здесь не знаю. Выше почти 2000, более 1000 километров на всей Эстонии железной дороги. Это надо из интернета смотреть-то. Здесь этот номер, только эта часть, которая положит, что эстонская часть положит свои деньги. Вообще-то этот проект примерно будет стоить где-то 3,6 до 5 миллиарда евро. Это такие предположительные суммы. И это как-то виртуально разделена на трех стран, и часть Эстонии где-то 1 миллиард вообще, и с этого части где-то половина надо платить самому государству, это значит Эстонии. Это такие предположительные. Но я здесь тоже очень скептичен. Эти сегодняшние суммы, мы знаем, что этот проект задуман 2030 года, мы знаем, какая инфляция, я думаю, что это надо все на 2 или 3 еще.
Thank you. Yeah, any more questions? Yes, please.
I should like to answer to Max, to you. Your question was very simple. How can we buy the puddle of water in railway station where is a nice building? Yeah. My answer is very easy. No demand. No demand from the customer side. No customers in railway station. Then why open the selling place for the bottle of water? Politicians think nice things, but in real life start from demand. If no customers, no demand, no private sectors. Therefore, Mr. Kalev Herk told exactly, they have tried many years, and they try more 20 years probably. They're not coming any entrepreneur, because here no demand. Therefore, I don't see realistically the picture that if you should like to link together Finland, main town, capital of Helsinki and Warsaw, then it's the only way to move Rail Baltic straight over Pärnu and no stops, as you told before. 11 stops between Valga and Tartu. Could be only 2 or 3 stops. Then these investments come back in balance or zero. Therefore, my answer, if there's no demand, never happens nothing.
If I may answer to that, I don't mean I argue that once again, there is a contradiction here too. Because if you're talking about expanding an economy, developing your tourism, and making more profits, and you don't have those facilities, then you're not growing. Okay? I argue that. Because I tell you what, if you have international tourists, and I see this place have Americans coming in, they're Canadians, people are interested in traveling to this part of the world. There's a lot of interest. And I tell you something, Americans and Canadians demand washroom facilities, they demand coffee, they demand, I'm just saying, right? It's not me, right? I'm just telling you what's happening.
And it's not unique for Americans only.
And it's now becoming, yeah, so definitely, so that actually bolsters or reinforces my point. Have it anyway. You don't need, okay, let the government do it. Let them subsidize people. Let them have a little station near where somebody could buy a kiosk, they could buy a bottle of water. I could go to the most remote train station in Northern Ontario, and there's a shop there. This is Canada, we're not talking about anywhere else. Right? What I'm saying is that beautiful buildings being wasted.
Yeah.
Okay,
it's really a shame.
If I can have a remark about this issue, we in Valga must do several things in opposite direction. Now we try to throw up the demand with this kind of that we do it, and after that will be the demand. That's so.
Okay, thank you very much, Mayor. Thank you. Well, we just have last 20 minutes for the discussions, and it has been a long day. I think there is still something to discuss and open also the issues or put the questions what were not asked during the sessions. I kindly ask here participants of a discussion, Mrs. Katrin Hövelson, Mr. Yevgeny Korvyakovsky, Mr. Mikhail Pimonenko, and Mr. Kalev Herk, to take a seat here under those nice flags. And I hope you all can be active participants of this discussion also. Yes, feel free to have your seats. I don't want to be politically incorrect, but otherwise we don't see you. I can stay. You can sit. No, I'm fine. Well, we discussed today in several panels about the value of vocational education, and we also discussed the development of a technologies, development of a cities. My first question is, and I'd like you just to comment it, what are the good influences of developing good schools, good vocational training, good universities in the cities? What are the influences to the city? So maybe we can ask, you need a microphone also actually, and maybe we can ask start from Mayor Mr. Kalev Herk, that Valga Vocational Education Training Center, it's an old school, but actually in this new premises and with new face it has been working for a couple of years. Do you already see an influence of this new school, of the international curriculum, other issues, what you do here, to the city life?
Of course we have. We saw the influence. At first, the first and very clear influence was the new house, and just on the border in Latvia and Estonia. It was the first like landmark. Okay. We hear not only for Estonia, not only Valga, it's a common institution and also facilities. The second thing was after the house to restructure our view to the learning. Of course, we started a little bit slowly, but now with a new director of Margus Ojaots, two major directions are in the move.
Oh, we need another microphone. Somehow it's not going to a translation booth.
Okay, now it's...
Yeah.
Okay?
It's okay now? Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay,
I tried to speak.
Okay,
so.
yeah.
At first, two directions is important for us. At first, this internationalization to attract more youngsters here. At first point, and it's very hard to explain that if school is shining and is shown very far, even local people want to go to this school. It's a very essential thing, and the second thing is to open the school and all the learning process to the entrepreneurs here. And we just started it with Margus discussion how to go for the teaching the curriculums to the enterprises, just not only to the classrooms, to the enterprises. And today our businesses here around just looking, maybe a little bit, they don't understand what has happened, but I already see the interest. Not only interest by the local businesses, but the new investors are also interested about Valga, and they asking about the new possibilities to study their workers here just and have them to job in their new businesses.
Thank you. Maybe our colleagues from St. Petersburg your university is very closely connected to the businesses actually. Historically already, it's national railways, what is like part of a government, historically at least. So, but how it works today in St. Petersburg?
Yeah, thank you. Of course, university is like a city forming structure. So, for example, in our university we have several filials in small cities, and actually, for example, in Petrozavodsk and Veliki Luki Pskov region and many other places. And I can say that a lot of, first of all, young people in adjacent region are coming to university, and from other point, very talented people from other places, from all over the world, come to make lectures, and it's very interesting for, let's say, cultural exchange. And I can say that it's very important to have universities in the region, because due to them you can, say, benefit more, make new aims, and let's say make bigger deals with market. So
yeah, thank you. Yeah.
I would like to tell historical reason why logistics require a little different maybe education and maybe a little different speciality. I would like to remind everybody who here participate in this forum. In Russia, logistics developed firstly in economic institutes, on economic faculties. You see, because logistics was characterized like a branch of management, of common management, but special management concerning the flows of materials, flows of raw materials, flows, different flows, flows of goods, of cargo and so on, but from economic point of view. And only from 2004, 2005, it's appeared specialities of logistics in transport institutes, in transport universities. Why? Because it was demand of industry. It was demand of practical logistics, of practical companies, because appeared persons, they are very high educated, they can calculate, they can appreciate cost, but they don't know how load and unload, what must be taken into account when you, for example, transported by railway. The gabarites, the special requirements, dangerous goods, and so on and so on. So you see, it seems to me that now it is the stage of also include in the educational process of blue collars, the specialists of the middle level in logistics, technical and practical issues. It is demand of our industry. It is demand of those who organize working places.
Thank you.
Maybe one comment to Michael, because first of all, everybody knows that logistics has roots in military logistics. Yeah. And our university, as you know, was, let's say, partly like military ministry. And we have first published works in logistics is at Petersburg State Transport University. The beginning of the 20th century, of course, yes.
In times.
Sorry.
Maybe I would just add here a human resources point of view, because human resource, and especially well-skilled and well-educated human resource, is a great asset. And we have to be aware that demographic changes have already started. So it's not any future trend anymore, but demography is really decreasing since 2012 already. So this is what the facts and numbers are showing us. Well, having a vocational school or a center of competence in the future, why not? In the city, I think it is a great asset to everybody living in this city, to the city government, to the citizens of the city. Of course, well-skilled people attract more investments also. It's always a question whether there are companies first and education afterwards, or vice versa. But anyhow, if there is a good school, high quality education center in the city, this is clearly an additional advantage to attract more investments, which actually in the end translates to more prosperity for the whole region and the people. I think this human resources point of view is becoming more and more important with years to come.
Yeah, thank you. Any comments to the issue? Somebody likes? Yes, please. Can we have a microphone? Was there at least some of them? Oh, yeah.
I just want to point out a few observations.
Please keep closer to...
Yeah, sorry about that.
No?
As a teacher, in this... Yeah.
Just a second, it's a specific sound system here, so...
Okay, sorry about that.
I don't know what the reason is.
Okay.
Okay. As a teacher in this vocational center, coming from the grassroots level, I have a couple of comments to make. Yes. I noticed two observations after 5 weeks in Estonia. With the logistics course and the English for vocational trades, I noticed there's a high level of absenteeism. Now, we have to listen to the students. There have been a lot of grumblings about accreditation and certification. Now, I don't know how it works, but I think if people are coming to school and they're not going to get a credit for it, they're going to be absent. So I don't know where we stand with that. That's my first observation. Secondly, I have a question about how extensive is distance learning. That is learning online on the internet, and if that is going to be in the future incorporated into accreditation with a university or a college. Those are my two questions.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. There is another question. Yeah, comment.
I don't know whether this is in the theme, but I will make this question, same question I made in Tallinn maybe 2 years ago. Dr. Pimonenko and Korogowski already know this, but I ask this from city major. When you will have, because there are 2 million Finns every year coming to Tallinn seaport. Maybe some of them are not in good condition, but they will come anyway. When you will have the, let's say, advertisement there that there exists Valga, and how to reach it? How to reach it by rail? Because your railway is very cheap. It is, I think, below 10 euros from Tallinn to here. If Finns would know this in massive scale and they would know the schedule, you would have a lot of more tourists here. But I try to convince your railway company for this and seaport, but no action. I said that just make some kind of advertisement because you have modern, good railway system here now. Yes?
I think you need to add also advertisement about beer price in train. But it's not available yet, actually. Yeah, but Mr. Mayor. Yep. Yeah.
Of course, we are now have a very fast connection in the context of Estonia in the trains, by passenger trains, but I very agree with you. We have lots of work to do to attract people, not only from Finland, but also from St. Petersburg to Valga. I have some connections with the Finnish people, and they asked how at all we can go to South Estonia. Our transport system is invisible for people abroad. If a tourist, you come to Tallinn and you ask some information, you don't find any more information how to go to the main square and not more. But we're still working on that, and we can do more.
Yeah, I think my comment also is that the new train system, what starts like 10 months ago, it was a surprise for many of Estonians also, so it is existing at all, and it's working pretty properly. I'm using trains also in every week commuting between Tallinn and Tartu, and then I'm very satisfied with it, and also I'm coming sometimes to even close to Valga. And there are the small stops are also important to jump out from the train. Yeah. Any other questions, comments? Yes, please.
Спасибо. Я из городской думы. Ильмар Тыльнер раньше был, очень долго работал когда-то на железной дороге, кстати говоря, кончил этот родной наш институт, который здесь и представители. Вопрос, и во всех этих семинарах наших, типа LogOnTrain, во всех участвовал, по сути, почти во всех. Не во всех, конечно, но многих. И Калев мэр города тут в своем выступлении правильно маленький момент отметил, что, к сожалению, есть отношения на уровне соседних государств, от Эстонии, Латвии, ну и касается России. Даже один момент до сих пор, по-моему, нормально не решен, допустим, тарифная политика, допустим. К сожалению, но до сих пор нонсенс из Латвии идет, допустим, в Валгу поезд, вагон останавливается, за 1 километр берет чуть не за 100 километров примерно. Межгосударственная комиссия не работает. В России, хоть и член ВТО, до сих пор тарифная политика разная. К сожалению, это не стимулирует, экономически не стимулирует перевозки. Вот тоже в таком разрезе. В общем, 2 вопроса. И последнее, то, что хотел сказать, может быть, комментировать мэр города. Маленькие изменения были. Здесь в Валге железнодорожное предприятие недавно перешло в собственность другой фирмы, довольно такой, скажем, учитываемой, что ли, мощной фирмы Спейском, Олег Осиновский, и его дочерное предприятие Скинестрайл. И эстонские железные дороги не инфраструктуре, по-моему, поменялось и члены совета, и члены правления. Туда вернулся бывший когда-то член правления Парво Юхневич, вернулся бывший министр Райва Вара и так далее. Есть ли изменения в этом направлении? Здесь в Министерстве экономики человек, представитель ушел, к сожалению, он довольно, извиняюсь, хило про Южную Эстонию сказал, про транспорт. То есть, по сути дела, забыт все. Можете комментировать этот вопрос?
Во-первых, немножко изменилось. Год назад, между прочим, даже эта часть железной дороги Valga-Koidula не была отмечена на развитительный план во все эстонские транспортные развитительный план. Мы делали очень много работы, чтобы этот кусок там был отмечен на карте вообще. Это была первая наша победа. Вторая победа – это что в течение 2 года мы очень много работали с министерством, и как вы сегодня от Паргме слышали, он тоже уже немножко позитивно говорит об Таллинск-Риге пассажирском поезде. Такое где-то 2 года назад даже говорить не хотели очень много. То значит, что есть уже тренд идти к лучшему. Но что, я еще одну, может быть, секрет вам говорю. У нас была здесь плана идея, что мы делаем неофициальную встречу железнодорожников Эстонии, Латвии и русской железной дороги. В мае даже это все было в планах, уже были контакты, но случилось, что случилось. Но мы не оставляем. Мы эту встречу хотим делать, чтобы хоть бы иметь информацию, что, кто и как думает.
Thank you. Yeah, yes, please.
Может быть, небольшой комментарий насчет и тарифной политики, так сказать, и взаимодействия железнодорожных структур. Как я уже упоминал, да, сейчас функционирует Балтийский железнодорожный совет, и в рамках этого совета возможно решение каких-то проблем, и, так сказать, и задач, в том числе, так сказать, развития Валги, например, да, то есть можно попробовать, так сказать, связаться с той же, можно начать с эстонской железной дорогой, да, с Октябрьской железной дорогой, все открыты для сотрудничества, и, так сказать, попытаться в повестку дня включить, так сказать, вот вопрос развития Валского железнодорожного узла, например. Да, и что касается тарифов, конечно, вопрос всегда такой очень непростой, и зачастую, так сказать, на некоторых, по крайней мере, конференциях, да, показываются презентации с уровнем тарифов, которые, так сказать, разные страны наши, так сказать, демонстрируют. К сожалению, так сказать, тут есть некоторые проблемы и сложности с организацией, так сказать, сквозного тарифа, да, единого для перевозки. И, в общем, тоже в этом направлении работа ведется, но тоже тут есть некоторые, так сказать, определенные сложности. Я думаю, тоже в рамках Балтийского железнодорожного совета можно эту проблему, по крайней мере, поставить, так сказать, для дальнейшего решения.
Спасибо. I have almost last question, and starting from Katrin. It is currently in European Union and European Economical Area, we are discussing very broadly about smart specialization. So it's kind of idea that every region, every city must find kind of specific areas for itself to be smart, to be bright, to be a smart region in certain area. Is it true that it's now working really European-wide, that you must find for yourself a silver bullet, like most probably it's for Valga, it's at least partly the logistic and transit. So if you can comment it a little bit, is it just a trend, or is it kind of new understanding Europe-wide, the smart specialization issues and growth and jobs?
Well, yes, indeed, this is a new concept, in fact. I mean, at least in this wording and at least in this, and it is very closely connected to the new financing period of the EU funding for 2014 to 2020. And basically, the smart specialization concept is a basis for EU funding for the next period. Of course, the economic reasoning behind is that it doesn't make sense to double the activities in very nearby regions, but it makes more sense to concentrate the knowledge and the competencies in one region, and to select areas where one or another region is strong and really can make difference and really can be profitable. Yeah, like this example with logistics here in Valga, which is a good example, in fact, and which can even be developed further, really becoming a real competence hub for logistics with some pieces of research, maybe with some further educational possibilities, with some more investments in this area. Why not? So this might be possible. But yes, the same goes also for countries, for member states, that each and every country would define their own areas where they are having comparative advantage and where they would invest more intensively to gain more value in return. Well, another question is, of course, how successful this concept will be in the end. We are still in the beginning. We are still in the beginning of the financing period. We will know more about that by 2020 when we have the first 7-year cycle behind us, and we can draw some conclusions how it has worked out. Of course, key point here is also how member states have defined their smart specialization areas. Estonia has defined 3 of them. One of them being IT, the other 2 maybe not so clear to define, one related to healthcare sector and the other one related to resources, but it remains to be seen how it will work out.
Okay, thank you. Kalev, what is your city development plan? What are the main free areas you will go further during next years? You must have this plan according to law.
Yeah, of course, we have a plan, but 3 is too small amount to tell you. But of course, education is at the first point. And okay, of course, the regular education, gymnasium, vocational education, but we still wanted to have here some higher education. Of course, we are realists not to have a new university here, but we're looking for some Finnish and Swedish experiences where we have university, a lot of universities below one roof in the regions, and maybe this model we can use in this facility. The second thing is all about the city room. Not only the people who are living here, but also the businesses, and we have 3-4 major investment plans how to make our twin cities more complex and together, to make the common downtown, like Eero Parme said here. Also we have how to more achievably connect the industrial areas. We have several industrial areas, but there are some lacks of how to achieve. And third one is we're gonna attract here more tourists. And as here said our Lappeenranta colleague, there must be something to see when we're gonna try the train. If it's nothing to do here, we're gonna go by train here. It's very easy.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think there is a big step forward done because both governments decided to go for euro, so it's for the citizens it's now too easy to visit shops on the both sides of the border. Still, there is kind of mentally the border is existing anyway.
I only want one remark. The citizens of Valga had their cross-border shopping before that. They're using the bank cards here.
Yeah.
But okay, but businesses and new investors are more interested now. I don't know, it's a question of a Eurozone, both in the sides, but last year is more and more asking about the Valga and Valga to invest here. I hope that something really will be here.
Okay. Final question, first of all, to our colleagues from St. Petersburg. If there is one silver bullet for Valga region, what you can provide them to be really successful, kind of miracle idea, what you suggest them? What to do? One good idea, what should be done, should be implemented immediately, and then the growth will go rapidly.
In order to win a little time for thinking,
you know the answer.
Yes, I would like to say a few words about basic principles of appearance of smart places in the cities.
Okay.
It would be very nice for everybody if every city can have its own Silicon Valley. Nobody would have objections about it.
They have Steel Valley in the railway station.
But you see that in our contemporary world we can meet natural approach to appearance of such smart speciality, but also artificial. Artificial approach also very important. As an example, St. Petersburg always, in Soviet times especially, was a transport center of Russia, of Soviet Union. It's natural reasons why it was so, because a big port, connection with different, existence of different modes of transport, nearness very close to borders and so on and so on, a lot of export and import. And now being the very important in transport branch in transport cluster, you see we have such a joke that ring road around St. Petersburg was built on a federal budget, but by Moscow. Why? Because Moscow need a road from Finland for cargo from Finland to Moscow, because till now 70% of cargo transit through St. Petersburg to Moscow, 40% returned back and delivered, distributed along the northwestern regions of our country. I would like to wish to Valga, first of all, during project, during different events, during visiting this city, we meet here a lot of very good and very nice people, open, very kind and so on. And we meet also here such a desire to be intellectual, to be more informed in different, maybe even science, I can say, and so on. And it seems to me that it would be very nice if Valga will develop educational branch in it. It seems to me that they have everything for this. First of all, you see such a good building, good infrastructure, I can say, such a big complex like this college and possibility. You must attract good and bring up your own specialists in education, high quality, high skills and so on.
Thank you.
So, and my comment, you know that the first railroad in Tsar Russia was built already 1837, and actually the destination of this road was attraction. It was at Pavlovsk Vokzal or Pavlovsk railway station. And of course, today we already discussed this, maybe a bit question. It would be rather good, first of all, of course, to, let's say, to push opinion that train should go through Valga. Between and second point is to make maybe not railway station, but some attraction here. So, because when I just came here with bus, I see that I think it's very nice and beautiful nature, and very relaxing in summertime. And I think it's rather good for relaxing, for attraction.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Katrin?
Well, as I've been talking about educational issues mostly today, so I would encourage Valga to continue with this good path. And I think a lot has been achieved already, and there is still things to do, and to really develop further this excellence you already have. So I would wish bon courage with this work, and I think the results can be very exemplary.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much for good wishes and good ideas. Thank you very much for participating actively here and today. And also I'd like to thank all the organizers of the conference, especially Rainer, who was in charge of it, and also headmaster of a school. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Okay.
Дорогие участники, сегодня у нас был прекрасный день, и все, которые тут выступали, получили такой подарок, где есть картина с пейзажем нашего училища, и тут есть флаги Эстонии, Латвии и Евросоюза, и школьный флаг. И когда спрашивают, что тут нет российского флага, но я знаю, что это изделие готовлено из такой эстонской фирмы, где работают только русские. И такой подарок я хочу подарить и Ханнес тебе за такой прекрасный день.
Спасибо. So, once again, thanks all of you, and Rainer having some practical issues.
Okay, some practical issues. Practical issues. So the similar things are for the translators upstairs, but we can't call them down because they are working. I'll just give them later, those things. So thank you, translators. And now, how to continue. So downstairs, there is also some, call it supper, dinner, something waiting for us, and a glass of wine even. So let's celebrate the victorious end of our forum, and then let's have a photograph also downstairs there. So thank you. Let's move downstairs.
ma arvan, et siin istub teeme kas või treppi peal.